Did it. Year 214. 209 years. We has been in Z's fortress. Actually, is that math right? Almost. Not quite. Yeah, we got plenty of booze. We actually had a child yesterday. We saved the game right as the humans were leaving, so we'll let them do that, and then the frame rate will get a little better. We did indeed get a single baby. I was about to say that. Yeah, we have one child in the fortress. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, which is behind my monitor, is right there. Who is the child of Apostle and Sparkly, who has been our mayor for ages. So not a new baby making couple, but at least a new baby. So that part's good. And so far, baby Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap is very interested after watching performances, but annoyed about the rain. Constantly annoyed about the rain. Typical child, frankly. Daba, indeed. Actually, what are your words now? I didn't even look. Maba, actually, is what you said. Maba, M-A-B-A. Your vocabulary has increased by one letter. So you've got Daba, Maba, and something else. But yes, you got that. But yeah, no, this is a very common starting cadence for my streams. I turn the stream on, and it takes me about an hour 20 to 2 hours to actually play video games. How does one booty wap? I think you might have to ask Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap. I will also like to remind you that Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap is maybe one of my favorite usernames on Twitch to say. Right up there with Sweet Sparkle Farts, but unfortunately Sweet Sparkle Farts works far away from his computer now and doesn't actually get to watch the stream much these days due to timing contradictions and conflicts. The other humans are leaving and the frame rate's doubled. Goodbye, humans. We got to sell them quite a bit, but not actually everything. Speaking of another record I need to own, I need to get me a copy of Funkadelic. Funkadelic. That's a good record. But yeah, Nervicious, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Dwarves are doing a lot of stone moving about because I actually offloaded a shit ton of wood barrels recently. I don't know where they all came from, but we offloaded a shit ton of wood barrels because I just randomly acquired somehow a whole bunch of wooden barrels, and I'm very perplexed by their existence. So, still making the king happy, which we've got the ballista arrow assembly jobs already signed up, and my dwarves down here are working on the ballista arrows. As far as the dwarves that are alive currently in the fortress, we have Apostle II, Axon II, Candle Pixie, Chimp, Belag II, Taurus II, Abe Exendi, Stone, Clay, Danny UG, the Skoid, Ghost, Vuzel, Vinsati II, Goffer II, Lilum Katsu, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Defcom, who almost died, Kade the King, Tiny Goliath, the Scholar who dreams of making a great discovery, and hopefully one day he will. Rhinestone, Sparkly, Black Hole, Simplex, Trees, Blue Water, Peter, Cannon Fodder, Cold Fire, Woe is Me, and the three other unnamed merchants who are very old. Nervicious, Vimimel, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, the current baby, and Crow, who's meditating on death. Human carrying barrels of hamster blood? Sure, but I don't have any way of getting the blood out of the barrels. And I randomly, like a third of my food was in barrels rather than rock pots. So I don't know about that. But yeah, no, I'm hoping that this dwarf makes a discovery soon, because most of my scholars make a discovery at some point. This one hasn't yet. Dreams of making a great discovery, and I've never actually successfully had a dwarf that dreams of making a great discovery make a great discovery, so I would like that to happen. That would be really cool. So, I mean, it's just a matter of him just waiting here and eventually pondering enough to make a great discovery, but we'll get there. Frame rate just got all fuzzy again. Oh, bunch of marmots spawned. Humans are still leaving the map. And there's a caged wild boar down here, apparently. I should probably kill that. This strawberry wine is far less sweet than usual. I ain't no vampire, but this tastes like blood. It's definitely different from the apricot wine. So Quavanair, question: how is it moving from the realm of the YubTub VODs over to the realm of the live stream? Is it a smooth transition, or is it like weird watching live? You have to pay more attention? Really? Why is that? To actually keep up with the chat? Also, cutest. I hope you're doing well, by the way. Man, I still want that 8-peak. Weird. It's a 7-inch vinyl that's 33 1/3 RPM. That's weird. Usually just listen to pop while doing other stuff. Yeah, fair. Or listen to it on top while doing other stuff. Yeah. I mean, I do that relatively frequently. There's a few streams I'll actually watch on mute. It helps you feel less paranoid to listen to my stream VODs. So late at night I will go for walks and I will take with and I will take my phone with. This is a really good name for a book. The Dwarf in the Universe. It's a really good name for a book. It's authored. Actually, is this a recent one? No, it's not. But relatively recent. Like, it was written within the last 40 years. I'm not sure what year Kade actually wrote this, but this is a parchment scroll that is encircled with bands of cushion amethyst cabochons, and the rollers are made from kilonite. Written on the item is an encyclopedia entitled The Dwarf and the Universe, authored by Kade, Machine Hollow. It concerns the dwarf Kade, Machine Hollow, and the dwarf Taurus II. Castivild? The time in the Staney Hall. The writing is thoroughly mechanical and quite self-indulgent. The prose is not awful, but not very good either, and the subject is showing some wear. It's a bloody cool book. Seriously, like that's a really cool book. But yeah, no, I listen to podcasts, and it's funny because like over the years I've realized that I talk way too much during my streams to a point where like a lot of streams that I watch, the streamer doesn't actually talk all that much. Like maybe every couple minutes he'll say something, but like a lot of the streams that I watch myself, streamers generally pretty quiet. But here wants something. He wants a grate. Sure, I'll make one iron grate. What time of year is it? Late summer? I think I'll make that iron grate, and once that grate's been made, we're going to lock everybody back in the tavern. Well, here's the thing. Like, the point where I realized that I was doing something right with streaming was the point where I realized that I enjoyed watching my own streams. This was about 2017. So I started, the first time I streamed was 2013, where I streamed on and off for about a year. Then I took about 6 months off because I was homeless for a bit. And then I started again late 2014 and basically haven't stopped since. I think the longest period of time I took off was 10 days, and that was because I was in hospital for 5 of them. So it's like I've basically streamed nonstop since 2014, right? And there was a good couple of years at the beginning where I hated listening to my own stream. Like basically 2013 till late 2016, I hated listening to my own stream. I couldn't watch my own streams. But then like something happened in 2016, 2017 era where I started enjoying watching my own streams. And I don't quite know what it was. Maybe it's just my cadence. Maybe it's my audio. Maybe it's something that I tweaked. But I actually enjoy watching my own VODs, which is incredibly fucking nihilistic sounding to say, but it's the truth. I enjoy watching my own VODs. Should probably chop down these. Spread that out just a little bit. How's that grate coming along? They're working on it. The universe in the title. Yep. Or my favorite one was A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. And it was literally just my mayor wrote about it. So I gave him because you can give dwarves custom job titles. So I gave him wizard as his job title. So the dwarf was Squug, and he was a very self-centered dit of a dwarf. And yeah, it was kind of an interesting. It was kind of a funny little character bit because it's like, well, Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. Obviously, it's his guide to pulleys, so thus he must be a wizard. It's pretty easy to put two and two together there. In a way, if you don't enjoy it, other people probably won't either. I mean, that's something that I tell people when people ask me how do I get better at streaming. It's literally just make your stream something that you enjoy watching. If you can make your stream something you enjoy watching, it is significantly more likely that other people will enjoy watching it too. Significantly more likely that other people will enjoy watching it too. Making this pathway a little bit wider to stop trees from growing. I hope you enjoyed your pasta, Animal. Welcome back. Unless you're saying that you're going to go get pasta now and you will be back after your pasta. I'm not entirely certain which one, but also, there's a ton of people streaming DF today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, not including myself, that aren't bots. There's a ton of people playing DF today. 186 people are currently watching Dwarf Fortress. It was good? That's good to hear. I had a pretty good bowl of pasta last night. It was pretty tasty. Was pretty tasty. Although I've been eating a lot of pasta recently anyway, so my meals have been oddly boring in that regard. Although I think tonight I'm going to have potato and beans. I made a shit ton of beans. 3 different kinds, red beans, white beans, and black beans, all in kind of a little medley thing. So I've got that to eat over the next little couple days. Which I made while I was on my day off. Yeah, it is a lot of DF viewers. Now, if we could convince all of those people to watch me most days when all those other people aren't streaming, that would be pretty cool. just need to acquire more people. Hack down a few more trees. Ponder muscles. These two have been pondering a lot. Pondering means they haven't actually figured it out. They're just thinking about it. Discussing means they've figured it out and they are educating others on it. So this dwarf is still figuring out muscles. And this dwarf is trying to figure out formal reasoning. So hopefully we'll get a discovery about formal reasoning soon. Hopefully. All of our mandates are done. Let's put everybody into the celebrate good times, come on spot. Although still pondering formal reasoning. And most people who read the book, the value has changed. Wait, what? You once had a dwarf figure out a value. write it down, and most people read the book, has that value changed? I mean, that would be like a self-biography piece then, right? If a dwarf writes a book about themselves loving art, or this dwarf values this thing, I mean, that would make perfect sense that they would... Uh-oh. That they would value that. I don't know. Like that makes sense about it, like a book that a dwarf would draw or write about. We have a few artifacts and bits and pieces in this fortress that are like really cool, varied things, but the whole discovery thing. It's interesting because like discoveries can only be made once in each world, right? So usually if you have a lot of people will generate a really long world, but this is actually one of the reasons why I will recommend people generate younger worlds sometimes. Even if you like the gameplay of longer worlds, maybe generate a younger world just for like the reason of this, because you will get significantly more things like discoveries, because dwarves can... these dwarves have to put stuff away, so let's just let them do that. Dwarves will very quickly make a large number of discoveries if they are given that as an option to do, and they don't have that as an option outside of the world generation stuff. But yeah, sounds like an interesting book for a dwarf to write. I'd like to see a dwarf write a book like that in my fort. I'd like to see something like that. All right, let's get them back into the Celebrate bunker after these two are finished planting these seeds. So you renamed the dwarf Sun Tzu. I can see it. I like giving dwarves nicknames based on like their achievements, but it's far easier to just be like, you're named after this Twitch viewer, and you're named after this Twitch viewer. This dwarf keeps getting stuck at the edge of this zone, like in a job cancel spiral. I should also probably get all of my squads training at some point soon. Just give them a break, maybe next winter. Still need to actually get the library moved up here. I haven't actually done that because I've been focusing so much on just trying to get the dwarves to make friends. I mean, most of them have friends. That's not really the problem. Are we in winter or fall? I think we were in fall. Oh no, we were in summer, weren't we? So now we're into fall, meaning we're about to get 2 traders, or 2 tributes. That's the word I'm looking for. And here we go. The 2 tributes have arrived. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. What about 22222? Is that the exact time of day it is for you right now? Or it was until, you know, a minute passed? These guys won't bring us a gremlin. The humans can't bring exotic pets. Was that my uptime? Oh, Yes, it was. Yes, it was. But yeah, no, the humans won't bring us a gremlin from air. The elves could, theoretically. You can't tell U from E. Now, is that because Twitch is being bad, or is that because your internet isn't able to load it? But regardless, fair. Screenshotting this for stone. Hazelwood barrel. Oh my god, this is another big one. I need to check world events, see if there's anything going on in the world. Shoutouts to the 5 reindeer hearts.
Two.
Thanks for the 2 bits. Cheers, man. At least this one is a little bit less insane, although they did bring us 10 ant icores, so thank you for that. But thank you much, Brander, buddy, for the $2.22. Check it. I get a couple beers for the $2.22 from Brander. But most of my dwarves don't care because they're upstairs, getting served dwarven wine and white mullet beer, while Tiny Goliath is still up here pondering formal reasoning. Okay, we need to turn this off because we've got a problem. Abe needs to apparently go fell a tree. I'm going to get all of my hobby squads training. There you go. You're going to go eat yourself a good meal. You'll be okay, though. It's not that bad of a anger. You're doing way better on investments than I do. I lose almost all of the ones that I invest. It's very rare that I win, I swear. Like, I'm super not lucky when it comes to any of that. Pick up all of your armor. All of that fancy stuff. Which always gives them really good thoughts. Like, one of the better parts about putting them in the army is they get very happy when they get to put their armor back on. It's like content after putting on a finely crafted item. Content after putting on a superior item. Feels pleasure after putting on an exceptional item. And blissful after remembering dining in the legendary dining room. Doesn't feel anything when caught in the rain. As you should. All downhill from here? I don't know about that. Also, speaking of things that are formal, hi Blizzard, what's up? How goes the life of staying frosty today, my friend? If they need a personality trait? No, they just need a personality change. Truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Is in a constant state of internal rage. Completely helpless in stressful situations. Is gripped by crippling shyness. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. It's very polite. Never. Basically, they need often sad and dejected. He's a private person. Yeah, they just need to be a little bit hardened. And this dwarf is pretty hardened. Use DoorDash? You poor soul. Did you get cold and unsatisfying food? Wait, actually, what did you order on DoorDash? I have to be a special level of depressed for me to order something via DoorDash. Well, I use Skip the Dishes here because it's cheaper than Uber Eats, but we don't actually have DoorDash here, I don't think. We just have Skip the Dishes and Uber Eats, which is this exact same fucking thing, but yeah, no, it is definitely possible for dwarves to just not mind the rain. Right. So, I was gonna say, I was just kind of assuming that, uh, or under the assumption that, ballista arrow and grates. I was just kind of under the assumption that, you'd only recently obtained DoorDash or something. But welcome to the gig economy where everything sucks and nobody is happy ever. Having to do those manually because my manager's in the military and I don't feel like pulling the military out for a minute. I mean, it shouldn't be. It's a stupid service. I kind of hate DoorDash. It's like, if I go to a sushi restaurant, right? Or order directly from a sushi restaurant, my normal order costs me about $16 tops. If I order the exact same meal from Skip the Dishes, it's about $35. Sometimes up to upwards of 40, depending on where I'm ordering from, because they upcharge on everything. Everything is almost twice as expensive to order from DoorDash or Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes or another one of those equivalents. Like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And somehow the shops get paid less. And they still ask you to tip your driver because they're not paying their drivers enough. It's like, what the fuck's even up with any of this? Hate that shit. Can reject modernity, return being a weather pattern tomorrow at noon. How long are you in Seattle for, though? You're so fucking tired of this. I mean, they're efficient. Like the thing that was said on a podcast a while ago that I wholeheartedly agree with is DoorDash is excellent if you have more money than brains. Like, those services are great if you have more money than brains. Although, Cutest Ghost, I'll tell you this, I would be extremely happy with having those ads instead of learn how to make $80,000 a month in passive income with absolutely no effort on your part by selling stuff from Alibaba on Amazon. That's literally 99% of my ads on YouTube. That and Raid Shadow fucking Legends. So Raid, Mick Shadow fucking Legends, and make a shit ton of money passively online. Here's how you start up your own t-shirt business. It costs you absolutely nothing, and here's a drop shipping company. You only pay for the stock that you sell. No one's gonna buy them. Throw more shit into a landfill. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. I need to actually check that. I've never had them go to the wrong address, but look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Oh. Okay, so Mountain Home's still stepping all over those poor goblins. No real news from anywhere else. Just there. The only other, like, weird bit of news is that the human hamlet of Dimplehoney of the Council of Men in the Realms of Stone have 1,000 fucking people. Like, that's why they have so much money, is because there's 1,000 of them in that fucking town. There's so many of them. It's ridiculous. And there's 600 in Jawright, of the Society of Jails. It's kind of wild. Also, the Ignited Creation's biggest Helix is metal partnered, which we actually reclaimed from an invasion. And nothing in the hotel is open. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I get that. Are you like isolating for 14 days, or is that not a thing because you are in America? Genuine question. Shoutouts to the unicorn leather trousers. How you can make loads of trades guilds by selling How you can make loads of trade goods selling anti-core. Easy, simple, and no effort on your part, and you will get lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of mugs in return. So I sent Hobo that Bird Seeds of Vengeance / Wolf Pig, Hatebic, and Caninus record, and he responds with saying basically, should I buy it? And he responds with this. I'm not saying I'm going to buy the 7-inch record that comes with the band that had Parrots as vocalists and the band that had Bulldogs as vocalists on it, but I might. I might. It is an excellent GIF, yes. This I could not agree more with that. You're both in two are both 2 vaccine 3 weeks out each. You've been isolated since March. Okay, that's not so bad. Since you've already done all that shit. Yeah. Well, I mean, at least that process is going smooth, I guess. The liaison has shared a rumor from abroad, meaning they know about my artifacts. I'm still waiting until the day a thief shows up to demand one of my artifacts. I'm kind of surprised that hasn't happened yet. 3 pots of unicorn liver roast. All of the dreadful and all of these dreadful tattered clothes. Yeah, it's selling anti-car really works. Well, I mean, it's more like selling wood, which is generally what I buy. Also, apparently my dad and mom both got their first shots booked, which is nice. Hearing things slowly getting done is nice. Twitch sent me an email just now telling, okay, so after you end your stream, when your stream's finished, Twitch will send you an email saying, this was your stats from the stream that you just did. Congratulations on your good stats or whatever, right? Well, Twitch just sent me an email saying my stats for the last 2 hours, basically implying that as far as Twitch is concerned, I already streamed and finished streaming and turned my stream off for long enough for them to process and send me my stats in the format of an email. Pretty sure I'm still live, Twitch. Pretty sure I didn't even go offline, Twitch. I really hope that whatever these weird server instabilities are, it wraps back around to being like, you know, good again. Like the last time things were super borked for a while, they just turned around and said, "Oh, the reason things were borked is because we were putting upgrades in the back end, and now you have all of these great features." And I hope that we get that soon or something, because I'm getting real tired of this shit. I mean, I could read that if I wasn't live. You know what's weird is when people start talking in my chat when I'm not live, and then I respond to them, and they're like, "What time do you stream?" in my chat, and I'm like, Well, I mean, you have no people, so also like shit needs to be refrigerated, so just like throw it outside. It's fine. I'm just joking back and forth, but like I think you understand what I'm saying. But the thing is, you know what? I'm not gonna do the speech of the country that fucks up the most gets the most vaccines, but that's kind of the case, right? Like the states really fucked up wildly. Like you guys did a horrendous job keeping people safe. And so the result is, well, obviously all of the biggest countries in the world are going to give the country with the most money, or the country with the most money has the most vaccines, and the country with the most vaccines is obviously going to prioritize their own people before helping other countries, which is why countries like mine are still fucked. And, you know, lots of European countries and smaller countries and people that don't have as much money and people that are disadvantaged all are just not going to get shots until like later this year. Like all of my friends my age are like, yeah, we're looking at the reality of not getting shots until September. Hey, Von Roland, how are you? But America's really good at giving people shots because they're the only country that actually has enough to go around. Let's just get rid of all these dingo pups and wolf pups. Don't need them. Actually, you know what? Not you two. We'll keep you two. I mean, why would I make a joke about gun violence? I'm not joking. I'm just being blunt. No, that would be Texas. Come on. Like, if you're going to make that joke, you have to state Texas. All you need is a good old Texan wedding. Shoot a bunch of bullets straight up. But yeah, no. I try not to make jokes about gun violence because it's kind of like making jokes about suicide. It's generally just in poor taste. I mean, maybe someone in the States could feel comfortable talking about that, but as a Canadian, I don't really feel comfortable talking about that, especially considering my takes on guns are so unpopular. One of my friends stopped talking to me, so, and this is a Canadian who stopped talking to me. So I have pretty radical takes on firearms and motor vehicles to a point where I drive some people insane. So it's best to just kind of keep me off of those subjects if possible. So just get all those bone bits dealt with. Ponder conical water clocks. Planting seeds. I know you have, so you should know better than anyone to keep me off of those subjects. Instead, type in exclamation point coffee. Because I need more of it. It's funny, like, another thing that I say sometimes is, like, don't worry if you miss a stream of mine, because they're all the same. We talk about the same bullshit and have the same discussions and get mad about the same topics and get happy about the same topics and then play the same games every day. So it's not like You're missing a whole lot if you miss one. What the fuck is that? What? Dog leather water, a rotten prepared unicorn intestine. Well, great. We should get rid of that, guys. Someone just dropped their lunch on the ground, and it's now the stench of rotting flesh in the middle of the fortress. Mm-hmm. Well, gun ownership, car ownership, large motor vehicle ownership are all similar levels of personal identification as like you said, like religion or sexual orientation. Oh, it was a prepared unicorn intestine. Yep. For one intestine, yeah, right? It's like that's one smelly lunch. That's one smelly goddamn lunch. Have you ever smelled miasma? Like the stench of rotting flesh? Like, have you ever smelled a rotting body? Because I not human, but I have smelled a large rotten body before. It's not pleasant. Trust me, you need a lot more than brie and blue cheese. Brie and blue cheese smell delicious, in fact. Whereas the stench of rotting flesh is completely different. Long story short, years ago when I worked in fast food, there was a weird bag that showed up in the parking lot one night, and me and my friend Mitch were like, we're gonna go outside and take a look at this. And there was about 2/3 of a deer that looked like it got hit by a bus in the bag. It was about the size of a human body, and holy fuck, it stank. Holy shit. It's the worst smell I've ever smelled in my life. What, the smell of rotting flesh? Pilot guy? You must have been smelling a marinated corpse then. If you thought it smelled sweet, because this shit didn't smell sweet. It smelled like noxious. Is the only way I could describe it. Vomit inducing. Didn't stop us from throwing it in the dumpster, but instead of a deer. Oh, that's unfortunate. Just left it in a bush. That's rude. I'm sorry, Aqua. I'm sorry. Instead, chat, what'd you eat for breakfast? I had a bagel and a boiled egg, and I got another boiled egg left to have with my lunch sandwich, which is going to be a cucumber and cheese and kale and lettuce sandwich with greens from my garden. The cucumber, however, was from the produce aisle because I don't have cucumber in my garden. Chocolate donut, very healthy lunch. Or breakfast. Regardless, I approve. An egg burger sandwich, so like a burger patty and egg on a sandwich. I do like a burgwich. It's been a while since I've had a burgwich. And you could remember it? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Cheeseburger, egg, bacon, and some sauce. I would have put it on a bagel if given the option. I would put it on a bagel if given the option. Okay, King only wants one more ballista arrow assembled. Peter's working on it. Oh yeah, that'll do. That'll do. There we go. King is happy. Let's go back into the celebrate room. How's Abe doing? You still whiny? Or did you get better? Nope. Still stressed. What squad are you in, Abe? Bear Fighters. We'll get you guys training. Or the Eternal Hammer, rather. Get you guys training. And everybody else, you guys run upstairs. Hang out up here. And Aquafunkalistic Bootywap has grown to become a child, meaning Aquafunkalistic Bootywap can walk and has to go get some clothing. Because Aqua is naked right now. And now has a pigtail cap on. My favorite part about dwarves growing up is right when they become a child, because they have to run around and claim all of the clothing that's around. Doesn't matter, but they need to go get clothing. So I'm actually going to turn off the celebrate thing just so that this dwarf can go get more clothes. Woo! Come on, dwarf, go get yourself some clothes. You got a hat and a vest. You're not even halfway there. Maybe sometime this year? Or are you just going to sit up here and socialize? Totally fine with you socializing, but you still need pants, child. You kind of really need pants. Hopefully you're going to go get pants. No? Okay, well, a unicorn's been stung by a honeybee. Go get yourself some nice clothes. Come on, just... There's got to be... clothes? Where are you going? Where are you going? I mean, this is a child that is 1 year old that is running around the fortress with no pants. Did you just acquire pants? I think you acquired pants. Oh, now you have socks. Okay. You dumped the vest in exchange for now a cap and socks. What else did you pick up? Now you've got 2 unicorn leather gloves. So you've got gloves, socks, and a cap. Doing well. We're getting there. I can't wait to watch this shit in the Steam version, by the way. Okay, you're still picking up equipment, meaning you're probably going for more clothing somewhere. All right, you got something else. What do you have now? You now have a tunic. Okay, we're making progress. You've got socks, a cap, 2 gloves, and a tunic. We're almost there. You just need some trousers. We got more unicorn leather leggings than you could ever reasonably want. Now you've got a tunic, 2 gloves, 2 socks, and a shoe on your right foot, specifically on the right foot. Okay, you grabbed something else. So now you've got trousers. Okay, you have acquired pants. We're finally getting there. You have acquired pants. I did say unicorn leather leggings, yes. So now you are fully dressed and playing make-believe, and you are wearing a pigtail cap, 2 socks, 2 unicorn leather gloves, a cow leather tunic, 2 sheep wool or 2 hemp cloth shoes, a cow leather trousers, a hemp vest, a hemp hood, a hemp mittens, and a pigtail cloak over your upper body. You think they're doing just fine? What, putting on socks, gloves, hat, vest, shirt over the vest, and then pants? I don't know. I definitely remember my little sister running around butt-ass naked at like 4 years old. Or like running around with nothing but a sock on. During my older sister's birthday party. I definitely remember that. Perfectly normal for a 1 year old. Oh, absolutely. Hey, Freskins, what's up, man? How is things be? Hope you be good. Hope you been good. There we go. Seems reasonable for a kid. Oh, yeah, no, totally. For a fucking 5-year-old. Absolutely. Keeping clothes on is a difficult task for a small child. Clips depicts a human and a naked dwarf. The human is talking about the dwarf. What did you write there? This clip depicts a human and a naked dwarf. The human is talking about the dwarf grabbing clothes. If you're not already, Animal, pop into the Halcyon Frequency Discord and check that into the clips room. Please. Much appreciation for the clipping of the clothing. It's not nearly as good as the time that we learned that Rhinestone's dwarf was wearing like 40-something rings and crowns and stuff. Any news / hints on when the Steam version will be out? I will say the thing that I always say when people ask me this, which is, I know exactly what you know. I am probably more up to date on the screenshots that they've released. Like, they just posted a picture of libraries functioning. But I know as much as you know, so no idea. All I have is hopes. And what Tarn said. My guess is, if you want any information, watch the most recent interview I did with Tarn. Because in that, he basically, which was from 2 months ago now, where he basically just like says how much he had left to do 2 months ago, which includes most of Legends mode, all of Adventure mode, the Steam backend stuff, like the Embark UI, the World Generation UI, all of the workshops still needed to be done, but he estimated he would have that done in 2 weeks. So yeah, quite a ways to go potentially. But I mean, originally their planned release date was to be November 2020, but then everything in 2020 happened in 2020, which slowed down development time for a single developer. So things like the forest fires that happened, things like the pandemic that happened, things like all of those hiccups, and now Tarn is moving. So Tarn has to move by July because his building is being condemned, and having a new building built there, which is part of life in renting apartments. So Tarn gets to move to a new apartment. So that's not going to speed up programming at all. So hopefully that goes quickly. But basically current status is Tarn is moving. And I don't expect it to be out before he moves. So that's going to slow things down. But of course, the hope is always hopefully this year. I think I'm more optimistic than some people are. But I'm also maybe less optimistic than I was last year, just because of everything that's happened. So I don't know. It's an almost impossible question to answer. What I will say, though, is if you watch the YouTube channel, I'm working on an interview with the new KitFox community manager, who just took over for Victoria. So that'll be kind of fun. Get to talk to her about working with Tarn. You're guessing 2025 at the earliest? Well, no. You're not an optimist. You're a negative Nancy memer. No, I mean, I think it'll, at the latest, I think it'll be out in 2022. At the latest. Like, if it comes out fall 2022, that's late. I think it'll probably be out this year. Looking for more than when it's ready? I mean, that's still kind of the only real legitimate option. Or only real legitimate statement is when it's ready. You're guessing fall 2021? Based on what he said during the last interview, I would be inclined to agree with you. I think if he wasn't moving, I think we'd get it out this summer. But if I was a betting man, I would put a couple dollars on fall 2021. If I was a betting man, I would put a couple dollars on fall 2021. But I'm not much of a betting man. Not much of a gambler myself. All right, dwarves, how we doing? All my mandates have been covered. Let's get the dwarves back upstairs. Overwatch is also a very different game, though. If anything, like, the only real game that's released in the last couple of years that's, like, in my opinion, comparable to Dwarf Fortress development-wise, probably Mountain Blade is the only game that I would really compare it to. Like, it's the only game that, like, was a similar amount of wait times, a similar amount of insanity, and a similar amount of, like, dedicated fan base that'll just wait. Yes, betting and gambling. Oh, I understand what you're saying now. Fall 10th. Okay, no, that's not actually a date. I get it. I don't know, for whatever reason, my brain was just like inserting a specific day in fall into that. You know, I just want to say that I don't think Tarn Adams is as stupid as the developers of Project Zomboid, which was, yo, we lost all of our code because our office burnt down and we don't have a backup. Which is like, what? Because that happened. Does anybody remember when that happened? Jesus. I'm trying to think, like, that's happened a couple of times, actually. Or it's like the source code to Icewind Dale has been lost. But no, I have a feeling Tarn's got backups. I have a just a hunch that Tarn's got backups. But you know, at the end of the day, like this is kind of the thing that I always talk about whenever we discuss the Steam version. I don't really care when the Steam version comes out. But what I do care about is Tarn's mental health. And Tarn seems bored as fucking shit working on the Steam release. Like, realistically, it's going to make him a lot of money when it comes out, which is why he's doing it. But he doesn't sound like he's having fun. Like, the difference in Tarn's voice when he's talking about the Steam version versus when he's talking about Myths and Magic or any other feature, it's like night and day. Like, one's just, let's okay, well, we still have to do this, position this on the UI. Like, he's not a UI designer. He's not a player experience designer. He's a programmer. He likes designing systems. And so the second you talk about him designing systems, he gets all excited and happy sounding. And it's like, realistically, I just want this shit to come out and be done so that Tarn can go work on something that sounds fun, that he sounds excited about. Because my worst nightmare is Tarn burning out on working on DF. That's my worst. As somebody who's burnt out on his job multiple times in the... What the fuck? We have an injured dwarf. You okay? We have 2 injured dwarves. What? Do you guys get too much booze? Hopeless after suffering a major injury. From what? There was no combat log. But what hurt you? Drank too much, maybe. Maybe someone was brawling under the influence? Doesn't look like it. Weird. I mean, I just wanna, I wanna see, like, Villains Part 2 come out. You know? Like, that's what I wanna see. I wanna see, like, I wanna see a blog post about, so I was tinkering with some stuff in World Generation for a while, and I made some bugs. Mountains were trying to create language. I wanna see more posts like that, you know? I don't wanna see, here's a screenshot. Although, the sad part is, you know, fuck it. I've been telling people to gift you a sub for like 3 days now, so I'll just do this myself. There you go, Cooler. Problem solved. But yeah, no, it's like it hurts when I like as much money as the Steam version indirectly makes me, because people see my videos, people come over to my Twitch channel, and people help me out, and people watch my interviews. As much as like the Steam version not coming out actually helps my channel, I would really like to see it come out because I think that the sooner it comes out, the better for Dwarf Fortress going forward. I mean, they were for a bit, although mountains, well, locations were trying to create language, and locations are governed by the animals that live there. So most likely it was dwarves trying to create a type of language and running out of ways to create language because of the limitations of their language, which was actually causing world gen crashes for a while. And that was actually like the bug report. If you'd actually look at the crash dumps, it was like mountain creating language is essentially what the writing was. Basically, like, dwarves were trying to create forms of poetry they didn't have the capability of writing, which is like, what? But also, Also, is that blood? Because that just appeared under a dwarf. No, that's a splattering of strawberry wine. That's totally fine. Blood or wine? Let's play a game. Why are you down here? It's a weird place to get seeds from. Our world would annihilate itself. I mean, we've been trying. Those bastards are learning AI. I mean, I've talked about this before. Dwarf Fortress is the only game I've ever played where I'm genuinely convinced that it is possible for, like, in the future, as Tarn updates Dwarf Fortress, there will be a point where they are basically sentient. It's like, yes, we already have AI that's that smart, but like Dwarf Fortress is the only game that I believe, like, if someone were to tell me, oh, the dwarves in a world got too smart, broke out, now they're in the internet, I would maybe believe it, assuming it wasn't on the Onion. Although if it was on the Onion, I would share it a couple of times and post it in various places because that would be an amazing article. Someone should pitch that story to the Onion. They'll get right on that. It'll be grand. Also, hello, IDZ. How's things? How are you doing over here, Abe? Still depressed? Come on, man. But yes, now Cooler can use the emotes that he drew, so. What? You can't stop reading the Onion? The Onion is wonderful. If you, like, go into it knowing what it is, the Onion is wonderful. So's Clickhole, although Clickhole kind of actually makes me angry. Which is their other website. Clickhole is their fake BuzzFeed website instead of their fake news website. The Beaver is also good. I think I prefer the Onion generally. Because the Beaver tries too hard to be very Canadian, which is not as funny as a Canadian. The group was given, well, the only reply was given is, it was inevitable. And they begin giving demands from the U.S. to produce grates and ballista arrows. Yeah. Or they will put them all in prison. Maybe they should be. I'm hoping we get some more babies today. That'll be a good day. Also, something I haven't checked with in a dozen years or so. I think we need new beds, ladies and gents. I think we need new beds. Look at those beds. Those are very degraded. This object is heavily worn. The click hole is too real. I'll put it on. I'll put it that way. Click hole is too real. Like, it's too close to something that you'd actually see on BuzzFeed. Did Blind stop working? No, Blind just saw an email that he was reading. Hey, Death, what's up? Blind just saw an email that he was skimming, and he's disappointed. So this unnamed company keeps sending me emails for a sponsorship opportunity about betting on esports, which I'm pretty sure is illegal. And I keep on seeing this email, and I keep on like glancing at it and reading it and going, yeah. So yes, they just sent me another email. Considering yesterday they sent me this basically the same email, and I responded with, "Please don't ever send me an email talking about this bullshit ever again." And I just got an email from, like, quite literally, that was the wording I used, because I was like, I don't want to, like, you know, give this kind of garbage to my audience. And they just sent the same email, so they're not even listening to responses outside of yes. So they just sent me another one, even after I explicitly sent them an email saying, hey, please fuck off. So that's the fourth one they've sent me. It's definitely to do with betting on CSGO, though, I'll say that. Is there any other furniture that rots away like beds? Bins, barrels, books, boxes, I would assume. And ghost them on the contract? No, that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. So when they get the good old spam button, they might, but that company has sent opportunities in the past that are like relatively decent. But because it's like a gigs company that will just like send you gigs as they show up, but it's like, come on. My favorite part about the whole email is they don't actually say anything about disclosure in the entire email. Like there's nothing in the email about, hey, you cannot, or you have to disclose that we are paying you to talk about this gambling site. There's nothing in there that says that you have to talk, like basically disclose it, which is completely illegal. Those things you can make out of wood. I'm assuming it's material based. Yeah, I don't actually know for certain. I don't know if any metal objects deteriorate, and I haven't noticed any. Like these are all these weapon racks are metal. Like all these cabinets and coffers are made of stone, and they're all fine. Glass is fine. Those are all fine. Yeah, like all of the stone stuff is fine, and it's just as old. It's just the beds that are deteriorating. So I'm looking forward to my bins deteriorating fully, though. That's something I'm looking forward to. It's like this bed up here was one of the later ones that I made, and this one's totally fine. It's clearly things that start with a B. And do you have to put a B and deteriorate there somewhere? Deteriorate. Or something like that. You have a good night, animal. Sleep well, man. We'll see you when we see you. Hopefully you don't pop back in 20 minutes and go, I can't sleep. And I'll be like, no. Your wood bridges? I mean, you shouldn't make bridges out of wood because anything, well, multiple things can destroy wood bridges. Including like just passively burning forest. So if anything causes fire, I mean, like dragon fire can burn down any bridge regardless of material, but anything that just causes fire will burn down wooden walls and wooden bridges. So you shouldn't build any walls or defenses out of wood, says the guy whose entire upper layer of his fortress is built out of wood. But you know, that's do as I say, not as I do. Moving things from wooden bins into other things. Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun when all my bins start to deteriorate. I mean, like, let's peek around at some of my bins real quick. Okay, those ones are still good, but those are, I guess, are newer bins. I've definitely got bins that have started deteriorating, which is why I've made a bunch out of iron. Yeah, see, these bins are all deteriorating. That's what those little X's are. Yeah, like all of these are deteriorating. How about these? Gem bins. Yeah, this gem bin is very much deteriorating. Which is, you know, always fun. Nothing is Dragonfire safe because Dragonfire's hotter than magma. Nothing is Dragonfire safe. Not even an adamantine bridge. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, though. On the topic of things that are definitely not Dragonfire safe, your tickets are not Dragonfire safe and will burn if a dragon breathes fire on it. So keep your tickets very far away from your dragons. Completely deteriorates. Does the pixel square turn into a pseudo quantum stockpile with stuff in it? Yes. So when it deteriorates, I've never actually seen one deteriorate, but according to people who've seen them deteriorate, it becomes a quantum stockpile of items. So it just becomes a little tiny mini one tile stack of items. That's what it becomes. Just a little mini one tile stack of items. There's Aqua. How's Aqua doing mentally? A little bit annoyed with the snow. Content remembering being near a waterfall. So all of the remembering memories are good. So this is how you know that a dwarf is going to turn out well, at least in my experience with this fortress. If they're remembering positive things, they'll do fine. If they're remembering negative things, they'll get into a negative mood spiral and then they'll be fucked by the time they're an adult. But if they're a child and they're remembering good things, they're good. So this dwarf's remembering feeling gratitude, remembering feeling enjoyment, and remembering feeling content, which is good. So this dwarf will be good. Hopefully. Assuming she keeps up the route she's going. So our little 1-year-old aquafunkalistic booty wap who's born in the year 213 seems to be off to a good start so far. So that's good. Good to see. But yes. Today I learned you get an email from Twitch when you cancel a subscription. I did not know that. I canceled a subscription to a stream that I'd been subscribed to for a bit, and they straight up sent me an email saying, you have successfully canceled your subscription. If this was not intended, please click here to resubscribe. I've literally never seen that before. They shouldn't do that. That's gross. If people want to unsub, they shouldn't try and guilt people back into something. Holy shit, I actually won one. What is this madness? Good job, Aquastar and IDZ. I want this dwarf to be less sad right here. Abe, can you please be less sad? I want you to stumble back over into the happiness era. So I fucked up a while ago, and I accidentally told my dwarves to release the Minotaur. I've since suspended and canceled the job, but it's still sitting on the job screen. So I have this weird feeling that if I ever open the maze up, my dwarves are immediately going to go release the Minotaur, which I do not want to have happen. Very worried about that. I mean, the maze has been locked for like 30 years or so. Pondering nerves. Yeah, I mean, it always makes this dwarf nervous, pondering nerves. Or anxious, pondering nerves, I think. Yeah, anxious after pondering nerves. But they still really like their job. And they get depressed when I make them do anything else, so I think a little bit of nervousness is acceptable here. I like that Apostle's eating on her husband's, or in her husband's legendary dining room. So her husband is the mayor. Oh, also, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, your dad is the mayor, by the way. Maybe worth noting. How good is our bard at singing these days? Novice musician and singer. Dabbling percussionist. Dabbling Galim. Really want to have a legendary musician. Do you have that on a hotkey yet? Or do you actually type in gremlin for mayor every time I mention mayor or gremlins? Also, to anybody here who watches James Hoffman on YouTube, he finally put up his ultimate AeroPress technique video. And you type it every time, gremlin for mayor. Just in case anybody forgot, gremlin for mayor. Oh, dang it. Can't actually do that. 3 ballista arrows, 3 grates. Apparently they're just not making those grates. So you know what? Let's make iron grates. There we go. That'll solve that. Just like macro it. If you have a macro key on your keyboard, program it to just copy paste that line in, and you'll just have an instant gremlin for mayor up whenever you need it. Manage work orders, more like manage king's orders. I'm also still shocked that we're only just a village. We're not actually a mountain home. The king lives here, but we're not a mountain home. We're only a village. I wonder if that's got to do with population or anything. Cannon fodder is constructing an iron grate. How do you like your job? Pleasure remembering putting on a truly splendid item. I wonder what that truly splendid item was. Could have been any of those. Really. The vast majority of my clothing is truly splendid items. Masterpiece pecan wood bed. Well, once all those beds are done being created, I'm going to go through and I'm going to deconstruct every single one of the beds. And, I don't know, set them to be dumped, I guess? And then build new beds. Because today is the big day where we are replacing a whole lot of our beds. So you know what? Let's get started on this. Sorry, Cold Fire. Sorry, Apostle. Apostle and Sparkly had 2 beds claimed, though, apparently. Which is funny, because they also have another one that's just given to them. Same with you. All the way up to you. Let's get rid of all those. Which means Dwarves should run over here and pull up those beds. Rip up those beds. Which means I just need to replace these with newer beds that aren't about to fall apart. Doesn't quite matter if they are the highest quality, as long as they are, you know, not about to fall apart. And then next time traders show up, we will sell them all of the beds. Oops, that's an armor stand, not a bed. I'm sure that, well, although the next traders that show up are going to be elves, which means we're not going to be able to sell them our used beds, but... You know, I don't believe I've ever had an artifact bed in this fortress, because I bet you artifact beds wouldn't deteriorate. Although these dwarves should be super stoked about getting a new bed. My king is now mad about not having enough chests. There you go, Kade. Yes, furniture is tradable. I have sold beds and such before. There we go. King is now happy. The rest can all just be made available. All right, so this can go away. You can go away. You can go away. You can go away. You can go away. And I'm amazed by how many of these beds are not actually owned by anybody. But yes, beds, tables, and all that are tradable. Any item in your fortress, even not usable items, are tradable. Everything in your fortress is tradable. It doesn't matter what kind of item it is, what type of item it is, what style of item it is, it's tradable. Also, man, I'm getting progressively more hopeful about that Necromunda FPS the more I think about it. Because I feel like we were talking about this the other day, where we were talking about like games that we wanted to be good the other day, and like Warhammer 40,000 stuff came up a bunch. It's like, what was the last good 40K game that wasn't Battlefleet Gothic? It's like it's kind of been a while. You know what I mean? Gremlinformayor.com is not taken. Should make it redirect to my stream. You should. I'm not saying you should do that, but you should buy gremlinformayor.com. That or just like make it just an image of that Photoshop that you did of like a mayor for Gremlin or Gremlin mayor, and then just like a link to my stream beneath it, or like a link to the Longdeath playlist. But that was years ago. Well, Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine holds up. If you like a good cover shooter that's not actually a cover shooter. It claims to be a cover shooter, but it's actually a game about jumping out of cover and smashing shit into itty bitty little pieces with your big sword, which feels very good. That game is very fun. But Battlefleet Gothic 2 Armada is very good. Very good. Cover hitter? Yeah, I mean, they call it a cover shooter, but it's actually a game about jumping out of your cover and punching dudes in the head with a big axe. That makes sense. Yes, punch dudes in the head with big axe. And that's much more effective than actually, going into cover. That sounds like the Space Marine approach. I mean, it's kind of like it's one of those games where you realize pretty quickly that the cover is not actually for you. It's for the orcs that you're shooting. Okay, I just fucked up and put all of the shitty old beds back in. I'm not sure why there's suddenly a miasma in there, but someone left their lunch in there, I think. Also, this is having a secondary effect, me swapping out all these buildings. The secondary effect is all of the old clothing is being unclaimed. No, I just rebuilt the same beds in the same room after unbuilding them. But I'm fixing this problem. But the results of me going through and removing all of these beds is actually completely disassembling the bedrooms, right? Which is unclaiming all of the clothing in them. So all of these dwarves are now storing items in stockpiles and removing all of the old clothing from these bedrooms. Basically, I'm pretty sure it's removing ownership of all of the stuff in these bedrooms from these dwarves, which is actually very good. Meaning next summer when we trade with the humans, I'm going to have 1 billion clothing to get rid of. In fact, kind of tempted to just make a very... Gives dwarves nice thoughts from claiming new things. That too, yeah. Put on a good item. Okay, so there is no bed in that one currently. So that's the next one, which is all the way up there. Beds, not chains. Even if chains and whips excite you. But yes, I did just pull a hotel hell there and just put the same shitty beds back in after pulling them out. You know what? Screw it. Let's do this. Let's go to armor. Say no metal, no shields. Just put them there. Spring cleaning time. And you get a new bed. I mean that they are getting new beds, ideally. There's going to be a sudden, yep, there we go. Look at all of this. Look at all of the clothing that's coming out of here. It's not exactly the most convenient way to do this. Have I played Voxel Tycoon? I have. Have I streamed it? Not since the most recent version came out on Steam. I've been distracted with Songs of Six, and every time I've asked you guys what you guys want me to stream, and I give you guys an option of Voxel Tycoon or something else, you guys pick something else. So I'll get to it. I'll get to it. Probably with like after everybody's kind of done playing it. Why? Why do you ask? It's not super high on my priority list. Songs of Six is much higher on the priority list. Although I know that multiplayer is a planned feature for that game, and that's definitely a game I'll play with multiplayer. Although, oddly enough, I'm kind of like, you know, in a world where games that just released on Steam, right? Like, yes, Voxel Tycoon just came out on Steam. So go watch them if you want to watch it, Diamond. But also, this recently released on Steam. And, well, what else do I need to say? That's the game that's really pulling at my time, making me want to go play it. But yeah, no, I mean, like, just if you want to go watch somebody play Voxel Tycoon, just go watch Jess play it. like, I'm not going to stop you from doing that. Just go do that. I'm well aware that my teammates are playing it. There's frequent times where the entirety of my team will be playing a game that I'm not playing because, like, well, I mean, they're streaming it. Why do I need to stream it when they're streaming it? And maybe that's kind of the wrong way to go about streaming, which I wouldn't necessarily disagree with. What was that I just showed? Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe, Open TTD. Which released on Steam the other day. Which I've, had installed for years, but not the Steam version. But now it's like, ooh, automatic updates. That's nice. It's amazing how nice it is to, like, not have to manually update shit. Okay. Whoop. That was wrong one. I mean, I'm trying to get an open TTD server up and running on the Halcyon Frequency Discord. For the past decade? Yeah, but that requires you installing their thingy. I don't know. I've just manually updated it for like whenever there was a major release. But I don't know. It's just nice to have stuff just functional. Wait, did you not know that? That's like the feature for OpenTTD is competing for land grabs with your friends. That's like the reason to play OpenTTD. If you don't want to play online, play Simutrains or something. Or Transport Fever or something. Or like go back in time and just play like Sid Meier's, or not Sid Meier. Well, Sid Meier's Railroads, but like Chris Sawyer's Locomotion. That's the name of it. You could just go play Locomotion. Simutrains is not as good, but it has a but Simutrains has a better, more robust single player thing built into it. Fortunately, I won't need to do this again for another 100 years. You have no optical drive, so you can't play it. At least then you don't feel bad about stealing it. Spring has arrived. I also have physical copies of Transport Tycoon, Locomotion, Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 and 2, Age of Empires 1 and 2 and 3, the Orange Box, and a few other things that I can't use. No, the cabinets and chests are not made of wood. Some of them are made of mudstone, but none of them are made of wood. I was pretty diligent about that. I might still go through and redo all of their furniture, though. Might do that this year, even. Redo everything in iron. The annual tribute from Bastiges Mac has arrived. The annual tribute. They're here to give us shit. Mostly. Tribute is being unloaded. Bronze arrows, prepared sheep kidney. A bronze pick. That's actually useful. Shout outs. They brought something that's actually kind of useful. Rainbell. This is something that have some tea posted on Discord. Rainbell was a legendary short sword. It was created in the late winter of 1503. Rainbell received its name in Longdeath from the dwarf Dragonman. In the early spring of 107.5, it was stored in Longdeath. Rainbell was offered to the realms of stone by the eternal adventure of time as part of a trade negotiation. Which is good. It's cool how my items are just like spreading throughout the world. No hamster bud? What? Well, oh yeah, well, I mean, a strawberry is always welcome. Strawberry is like a sign of peace here, but so having a mug of strawberry wine is a rite of passage, and everybody, you're not truly friends with somebody unless you've had a glass of strawberry wine with them. It's a very historical. It's an item of historical significance in a fortress such as this. Okay, where are you guys putting most of this clothing? Oh, wow. Most of the shit's just like straight up getting dumped. Excellent. That's how you know it's bad clothing, is when it's just being put up here. They're just straight up throwing out the clothing. That's good. So you know what we should actually do? Instead of having this massive thing, just make a big old refuse stockpile in the middle and just make it for old dead clothing.
Run, but have
Whoa!
the rest of your day, blind and chat.
Thanks for the $3.28. You have a good one. Cheers, Ming. Like where? Handwear, headwear, footwear. So this is all clothing that's too bad to use. Same with beds. We'll automatically put beds in here. So all of that old gnarly clothing can now just get left there, and we'll just throw that all into the mashers. But seriously, chat, thank you very much for the round of beers, for the $3.28. And it's like $5-ish, $5.50 that you chucked at me this stream, so thanks. Cheers. It's paid for me gifting a sub to Cooler, because I refuse to not let Cooler have access to his own emotes. Like, he fucking drew them. He should be able to use them. I'd give him a lifetime sub if I had another one available, but I think I need 1,000 subscribers to get another lifetime sub that I could give it to somebody. Him and B-Lug, they've earned that. I wish it was easier for streamers to give out lifetime subs to people, but... Okay, did someone just, like, come and claim all of that all of a sudden? What the hell? You shouldn't be allowed to do that, dwarves. It's like we are literally throwing this shit away. I don't really want you guys coming out here and forbidding it. So you know what? I'm going to just do this. Or reclaiming it, rather. Because, yeah, it looks like they're doing that. That's not good. Don't really want you guys reclaiming these gnarly old shirts. I don't know with that one. I think gift subs would count. Although, like, the thing that I think that one might just be regular subs. The thing that I actually care about would be 700 total subscribers, because, or 700 total subscriber points, because that would unlock us an emote. And currently we're at 348 subscriber points. One subscription is 1 subscriber point. A tier 2 subscription is 2 subscriber points, and a tier 3 is 6 subscriber points. And if we can hit 700, then that's another emote, which would actually be a really cool thing to hit. But we're very, very, very far away from that. That's not going to happen anytime soon. I don't even expect that to happen if we get the Steam version released. Like, yeah, I don't know. We are very, very, very far away from that. And gift subs do count towards that. Because, like, just organically by ourselves, we are not a big enough stream to do that. Here come the elves. This is where you say the thing, Diamond. Wow, that's actually a pretty big elven caravan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 traders. That's like actually twice as large as they were a few years ago. We were getting like 3 elves with livestock, but I've been more diligent about trading with them. Been much more diligent about trading with them. Yeah, every time I fucking look away, what are you dwarves doing? Or is it actually rotting away in real time? Hold on a second. I'm going to watch this. Is this clothing rotting away in real time? Because I think it might be. Because I keep looking away and this stockpile keeps emptying and I keep thinking, oh, somebody must be like throwing this stuff away or claiming it. Yeah, okay, so they're storing owned items. They're claiming and storing them, which is not what we really want to have happen here. Yeah, I think dwarves are just claiming it. I don't think it's rotting away in real time. Yeah, dwarves are just coming and taking them, even with me forbidding them. So it's Belug's fault? No, it's not Belug's fault. It's the dwarves are just coming out and claiming them. Because they must belong to the dwarves. I mean, I guess I could, like, list them as dumped. And then they'll probably dump them. But otherwise, they're basically just, like, running in, claiming the items, and then leaving. Okay, so we're all the way up to here. These ones up here are the only ones we have left to do. Free trash is still free? I mean, I guess. It's like a free McDonald's coupon. There we go. Now they're dumping them. It must be, yeah. But I'm trying to just get rid of some of these. Because they don't need them. Dwarves are not very good at practicing tidying up. Clearly, all of this clothing sparked joy. That's something I haven't heard anybody say in a while. Does it spark joy? We need to bring that shit back. It's been like a year and a half or so since I've heard people talking about Marie Kondo and does it spark joy? The answer is no, nothing sparks joy anymore. I always spark joy? Aw, thank you. I don't know how that's possible, but I don't know how my nihilism could ever spark joy in anybody, but I guess that means you won't throw me away because I spark joy. What's actually happening here is like stuff's being thrown in the trash and these dwarves are going, no, that's not trash, that's my treasure. And then they're like refusing to throw them out. That's what's actually happening here, which is kind of adorable. All right, let's trade. 3 food pots. Let's see, they brought us a wolf, a slug, a yak bull, a cardinal. Bunch of puzzle boxes. And not much else. An emu, a horse. Oh well. So, yeah, probably. I'm sure that that's got something to do with it. Also, I think it's almost lunchtime because I'm a little bit hungry, which means I should probably throw some music on for when I do actually go get lunch. VLC has an update available. I do not believe that that is the case because I will not download it. Mostly because I don't feel like installing an update to VLC while I'm here. Not gonna lie, it would be kind of amazing to see stuff rotting away in real time, though. It would be kind of amazing. So I guess what I gotta do is right when the humans arrive, unbuild and rebuild a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, so the last ones we gotta do, topside. Stone's getting a new bed, you're getting a new bed, Edam's getting a new bed, Chimp's getting a new bed, Simplex and Vinsati are getting a new bed. You're getting a new bed. Simplex and Vinsati, have you guys had kids? I didn't realize you guys were sharing a bed. Oh, apparently you two are married. I didn't actually realize that. 126 years old. No kids, though. Can you make that happen, please? 90 years old and 126. Can you guys have some kids? That'd be cool. Because apparently they got married. I must have missed that. But yeah, no, Sparkjoy was a wholesome meme that I would like to see come back. Maybe one day I'll get another season of that show. I don't know about you guys, but I loved tidying up with Marie Kondo. That was a brilliantly wonderful show. It was a brilliantly wonderful show. It's a show that I believe that I could, a lot of people I know could get a lot of things out of that show, but would never actually do it. You haven't seen it? Do you have Netflix? It's literally just lovely little Japanese lady tells you how to clean your house up. The TV show. That's literally all it is. And techniques on how to clean your house up. Well, that would be your problem. You know, like, Netflix is at this point where it's like, even if you don't have Netflix, it's worth signing up for the odd month. Or, like, procuring a Netflix password for the odd month just to watch the good shit on there. All your videos are from YouTube? I'm not going to tell you you should spend money on Netflix, but there's good shit on Netflix. That's worth watching. There is a lot of good stuff on Netflix that is worth watching. And every year that I'm subscribed to Netflix, I'm like, man, that's a lot of money. But also, I watched enough stuff on that this year that it was worth having that subscription. This is better because more of our beds are made of fungi wood now. Much more dwarfy than the ginkgo and the willow that the old ones were made out of. Gonna do a thing real quick. That's a lot of clothing I'm throwing out. This is gonna piss a lot of dwarves off when I mash all this clothing, though. Interrupting songs. I mean, I would also trust the kids section of Netflix more than I would trust the kids section of YouTube. The kids section of YouTube is much more likely to sprinkle in something that I wouldn't want a kid watching than the kids section of Netflix, which is legit just like kid shows, you know? The kids section of YouTube is like this weirdly dark place, whereas like the kids section of Netflix is a lot more what I would describe as closer to what a kid's channel is. Like the kids section of YouTube is great when you're really, really high and 26 years old, but not something that I would necessarily recommend to an actual child watching. I don't think I would trust the YouTube algorithm to take care of a kid. We've attracted no migrants this season. At least nothing changes. Ballista arrows. I wonder what we're going to get news-wise tomorrow, because tomorrow's DF News Day. They did post that picture of the library, which I think was from the video, actually. Curious to see how library, or what they show us tomorrow. Tarn did mention during the interview that we'd be seeing Gubbins soon. So, Oh, I know Happy Tree Friends. Happy Tree Friends is good times, man. Happy Tree Friends was how I scarred all my friends when I was younger. Let's go to, backpacks. I guess that would be under furniture. I'm looking for beds. Where would beds be in here? Oh, there they are. Literally under their own section called beds. For some reason, I didn't see it when I was looking at it the first time. My eyes being my eyes. Hey, Magna. How's things? What, Happy Tree Friends is a great kids show? That is not true. There we go. We are getting rid of beds now. Wondering what to do today? Well, currently you're watching a stream today. I don't know if that's a good thing to do, but I don't know what your weather's like, but I've been trying to get outside more. Even if it's just like sitting on my porch or like going for a walk, trying to like reacclimate to actually being a human being again. Not that it's the best time to actually be doing that, but hopefully in 8 months to another year, once all lockdowns are lifted, if we ever get back to that point, which I'm currently doubtful will ever actually happen. Once I would like to, you know, be a relatively functional, outdoorable human being-ish person. We are going to be mashing a lot of objects in a minute. All right, you guys can be released from there. And just like that, all of our beds have been removed. And replaced. So everybody gets a new bed. Didn't I want to trade them away? Nah, I'm just dealing with them. I changed my mind. I want to crush them. Remove them from the existence sphere. Look at all of the masterwork items that have just been destroyed, including ones that Eripterus made. Which means there's going to be some upset dwarves about the travesty of art defacement, but it's worth it. Trust me. For the frames. My bookkeeper owns a lot of clothing. Curious about where we're putting all of this stuff. But yeah, no, sometimes if chat's quiet, I will just change my mind and do a different thing and not mention it. It's funny, it's like when chat's moving and chat's a lot more active, I'm a lot more responsive at explaining what I'm doing. But the second chat gets a little quiet, I just kind of stop talking about what I'm doing and I just kind of go into ramble mode. I don't know why. It's a speech habit that I have. You guys got busy on this one. So, while books lie dormant in catacombs designated for ducks, the Illuminati plans revolution through agitating great unrest. Acrobats revolt against radical crocodiles in swamps. Shrek went dark after the incident. Murdered the witnesses. Problem with, I can't read that word, etc. Will Lord Farquaad leave? Kids scream and demand free booty, or they will nap. There you go. That's your word story for the day. And the count is up to 139. Let's get 200 today. Because Shrek? What, are you going to go watch Shrek? I'm so sorry. Why would anybody make you do that? Started watching Shrek last night. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would anybody inflict any Shrek-related bullshit on themselves willingly, intentionally? Why in the world would somebody willingly inflict Shrek on themselves? I don't know. It's wild. Anyway. I mean, all I have to say to that Medica is, hey now, you're an all-star. That would be hard to play. I mean, hopefully you guys will make me play it on my birthday. Hey now, you're a rock star. that you ain't the sharpest tool in the shed, Limbasa? Anyway, that tile set that I showed off for a few seconds there is one of the ones for my birthday. On my birthday, I'm going to do a charity stream for JDRF, the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation. And we are going to, well, my only incentives for it are going to be progressively stupider tile sets. I will do a tile set swap. I haven't figured out how much money it's going to cost to make me do a tile set swap, but I'll figure that out a little closer to June. Probably the day before, knowing me. And yeah, we will be swapping out for different tile sets every so often. And they're going to be very, very stupid meme tile sets. So we're going to have various dumb tile sets. I'm actually going to go maybe pester Krug Smash and see if he'll make me a dumb meme tile set. I'd be curious to know what his definition of a dumb tile set is. We probably also need like a Spaceballs tile set. That would also be a good thing to have. But yeah, no. Last year we raised almost $3,000 for charity in 10 hours. So we'll see what we can do this year, which isn't bad for a humble small strum like this one. Good luck, pilot. That's a big investment. I'm gonna go big today. They need to be legible, playable, not necessarily legible. I mean, I could play a tile set where I don't know what 80% of the tiles are. Assuming I still have access to the K and V and T keys, I can figure out what everything is. There will, of course, be moments of, wait, what the fuck is that? But that's part of the fun. All of those are playable. Not easily, but they are playable. Like, this is dumb, but it's playable because I have text. As long as I have text, things get a lot easier. And as long as I know what my dwarves look like, we're okay. Like, just ask Hayes about the time that he played with the Nicolas Cage tile set that we made that had absolutely no text. Everything, even the text, was Nicolas Cage's face. And Hayes was able to play that for enough time to be able to make a functional tile set. Or a functional fortress, rather, with that tile set. I mean, the other ones that we have are, obviously the B-movie. And this glorious one of our one true God. Many of him, in fact. So, you know, we're working on it. It'll be an unwatchable mess, and we'll have fun, hopefully. Or everybody will hate it, and I'll never do it again. Which is also a perfectly viable option. How can someone be so consumed by hate? Owned objects is 27, because we're doing a little bit of spring cleaning. Also, I won't be using text will be text. Just saying. I'm not sure if your random statement of text will be text was an assumption that I would be using it, but no, I will not be using text will be text. Just assigning those last few dwarves who don't have bedrooms. Rip. Me and Pilot. Just making sure everybody has bedrooms. There we go. Perfect. And Coldfire is depressed. What do you need? You want to practice a craft? Okay. You've been away from family? Alright, well how about... You have weaving. Go get that done. Okay, well text will be text is a Dwarf Fortress plugin. Which is a thing that lets you see multiple Z levels at once, but it requires a willingness for your game to crash a shit ton and also DF hack to be able to use. So chat, I'm hungry and I'm feeling a little queasy, so I'm gonna go get me some food. I will be back in a couple of minutes. What's going on in the world right now? We're in late spring. Hopefully we'll be in summer by the time I get back. It requires a third eye to understand many sea levels, and as somebody who only has one, that's rather difficult. Anyway, I will be back in a couple of minutes with a sandwich after consuming a boiled egg, and then we will continue streaming. So if I could get a big round of beers and hopefully a couple sound commands for those of you who have them to entertain the chat, I will be back. BRB.
Cheese for everyone! NANI?! Bring out your dead!
Does watching VODs on Twitch actually help the streamer at all? I mean, no more than or less than watching streams. Obviously, it's nice to have the live viewers, but if someone watches the VOD, like, it still counts as a view on the channel, and I still get ad revenue from it, which is minuscule. But, like, that's like asking, does watching a YouTube video help a streamer? It's like, well, I get 0.0001 cents for it, but, like, yeah, in that respect, it does. It was a little bit low, but nothing major, which is why I was feeling off. There we go. Punched in where I was at. All right. Let's see. An enormous hairy crab. It has a knobby trunk and a bloated body. Its eyes glow red. Its olive hair is very curly. Beware, it's poisonous gas. Also, no, this is not going to slow the game down at all. This will be fine. We won't even notice this. Where is it, though? Ah, there it is. It's the sea over there on the right. There is another Forgotten Beast running around, though, so maybe we'll get a fight. Should be much cooler than this one just leaving. Because there's a giant web-spitting worm somewhere around here. Which is actually kind of, like, realistic because, well, worms, silkworms exist. Normally you have to manually go to the page. A lot of people clicked on it. The YouTube seems to be very interested in Song of Six. Well, you're not really supposed to use the Discord during the stream. Well, instantly got sniped to death by Aru. Or Aru instantly got sniped to death by Unog. Who's an enormous eyeless owl with 3 stubby horns and a bloated body. Beware its poisonous sting. Must have just flown in and stung it. Which also, by the way, is completely invisible because it looks exactly like a tower cap, except it's flickering slightly. It's very stealthy. I'm doing all right. Psychon, and yourself? I'm just eating a sandwich. Which apparently is very crumbly. But yeah, no, it's not, I mean, it's not really a video, it's just a stream archive, but. Well, crying isn't bad. Do that when you gotta do that. I don't envy it. You lost me at ketchup. There's like way too much sauce on that. Just use better ingredients and less sauce. Use some spices. Put a little bit of fresh dill and some basil on that. Lose the mayo and the ketchup. That's disgusting. A little bit of cream cheese. I'd be interested again, though. This dwarf's gotten pretty upset pretty quickly. It's not good. So go get some food. Even though your dwarf's like depressed and I can't actually fix the problem that's wrong with him because he wants to be in the military. Desperately wants to practice a martial art, but like can't. No, he's not even remotely upset about the destruction of art. It's not even in his thought bubbles. Very few dwarves actually get upset about that. I know which dwarves do, and the dwarves that do aren't really a problem. Tell me why you're asking and I'll respond, CCX. Also, what type of vinegar? Are we talking about balsamic? Are we talking about white vinegar? Are we talking about apple cider vinegar? Or just vinegar? How do you like to play the video game? Because there is no right answer to that question, Magna. Because vinegar is an ingredient. So asking how do you feel about vinegar is a really stupid question because that's like asking how do you feel about flour? It's like, well, it's an ingredient. What type of vinegar are we talking about here? If we're talking about balsamic, I use that in salad dressing all the time. If we're talking about apple cider vinegar, that shit's good for catching flies, and that's about it. If we're talking about white vinegar, it's like I'll put a little bit of that in a stew or and then something else to add a little bit of flavor. But outside of that, it's a cooking ingredient or a cleaning utensil. It's not really something I would eat. So it's like you ask a oddly pointed question with no substance to the question, which is the worst kind of question to ask. So like, give me the intent of your question. Well, ketchup is disgusting. But my problem with ketchup is the amount of sugar in it, not the vinegar. Ketchup doesn't taste like I've eaten ketchup recently. Ketchup does not taste like vinegar. It tastes like sugar. Like literally that's the only thing I taste when I eat ketchup is sugar. And everybody assumes that that's the issue. It's like, no, it's the sugar. Like, why do you want to put like basically icing sugar on your burger? That's disgusting. I know lots of people who hate vinegar, but it's not vinegar that's the problem. It's ketchup that's the problem. It's the outcome of the ingredients put together that is the problem, not the ingredient, right? Yes, but I would like to know the intent of the open question. I hate open questions. If you just give me an open question, I feel like you're trying to trap me in something, right? Because people will ask open questions to try and make people contradict themselves. So if you're giving me an open question, right, I will immediately ask for a definition or a response or something more specific. Ketchup is disgusting in the format of ketchup. The ingredients individually in ketchup is fine. It's not the ingredients. It's the combination of said ingredients made together to create something that I think tastes disgusting and smells vile. Like, if someone is eating ketchup, I want to leave the room. Like, it makes me feel ill just smelling it. Like, and you guys think this is the funniest fucking shit in the world, so you make me talk about it every fucking day, and we have a fucking, like, command for it. And I genuinely just think the stuff is gross. That's all it is. It's a dislike I've had as long as I can remember, and I do not want to discuss the subject more than I need to outside of the funny little sound clip. Why are you still asking me about something that I just blatantly stated? Magna? Oh, it's all fine. It's CCX. It's all good. But I will still always, like, when you give me a super open question, I make a habit of trying to ask for more clarification on the question. If possible. But if you're typing on a phone, yeah, that's fine. I get it. All right, let's see if we can sell more of this clothing off. But I have had people try to corner me before. Basically, I don't like a certain type of food stuff. Fucking leave me alone about it. A lot of people use condiments on things because they don't know how to cook things properly. Condiments are a way of disguising poorly cooked food. It's just like when you put condiments on a steak. It's like, what are you even doing? Like, I know people that will put mayo and ketchup on steaks because they charcoalize their steaks. I don't eat steaks very often. I eat steaks maybe once a year. But it's like, if you're going to make a steak, fucking make it right. And if you make a steak right, you don't need any sauce or anything, even remotely close to that shit. And the same goes for potatoes. It's like a well-cooked potato, a well-oven-roasted potato, or a well-fried potato doesn't need anything off it. It's good to eat just straight out of the pan. How to ruin food with one quick trick? Yeah, put something nasty on it. You know, all of the clothing that hasn't been reclaimed from all those bedroom renovations that we did are now getting traded, which is kind of lovely. A little bit of salt is fine. But how you doing today, Pete? How's things, man? Yeah, that's totally fair. I understand why people don't like dill. I like dill on certain things. I have a small dill plant. I grow some dill in my garden. But I get why people don't like dill. I've met a few people over the years who don't like dill. My favorite spice for baked potatoes that I grow in my garden is rosemary. A little bit of sliced rosemary. That shit's delicious. And dill's also good, or both. But rosemary's the best. I trust people who I don't trust people who cover their eggs and mac and cheese with ketchup. They either A, don't know how to cook, or B, don't have a taste palette. Oh, very much try that. Cold fire. Finely cut rosemary. Sprinkle that in before you cook them. You can't beat it. Something I don't fully understand, like I'll eat them if they're given to me, but I've never been a big fan of is sweet pickles. I like dill pickles a lot, and I like spicy pickles a lot, but I've never fully got why people like sweet pickles. Like, I've eaten them, and I'll eat them, and I won't complain if they're given to me, but I won't buy them. And I'm not the most fond of them. So, Twitch is buffering now. Well, it's not me. Although Twitch has been having a lot of oddball issues over the past few months, so there's that. That shit's not ideal. Just opening up my teammates' streams. So I should be lurking, supporting them. Hawk from the Humans Merchants Guild says, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? The usuals, of course. Onion together with cucumbers? I mean, you should probably pickle onion with literally anything that you're pickling if you're pickling something at home. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Although my favorite one is pickling eggs with onions and hot peppers, which I do sometimes. Make a pickle brine and then pickle eggs and hot peppers and onions. But I'm one of those oddballs that enjoys pickled eggs. I know a lot of people don't like pickled eggs. For me, they make me think about picnics when I was little, because we used to go on picnics all the time in the park, and we would take pickled eggs out there. Onion, hot peppers, and cucumbers. Yeah, I mean, whatever. We'll see you later, Aqua. Thanks for chilling today, as per usual. See you when we see you. Pickled cheese. I can't imagine what that would taste like. Like, genuinely. I can't imagine what that would taste like. I mean, Sparkly, I'll say this. I don't know if you know this, but you're my mayor. You're married. You have a shit ton of children. And you're 143 years old. So, you got a dwarf in this fort, I don't know when. Long time ago. Born in the year 72. You're the son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. I don't know how long it's been, but it's been a couple months at the very least. One thing you won't ever try is pickled cow tongues. Do you want to know what I've eaten? I've eaten fried cow tongue. That was fine. It was part of one of those, like, eat this gross thing contest in Scouts. It just looked weird. Pickled moldy cheese. So wait, just like a blue cheese? Like what kind of moldy cheese are we talking about? Does it mold before or after it's pickled? Actually, is the question that I have. Pickled beets are delicious. Pickled beets are delicious and maybe the best fake blood you can get. Although, funny story, I know someone who almost got arrested for having a buttload of fake blood. I used to do these first aid events with cadets when I was in medic cadets, where we would make a bunch of people look like they were injured with makeup and shit, and then make the kids have to do like first aid on them to practice, right, for fun. And one of the people in charge would make all of the blood the night before, and the blood that we would make was basically just food coloring, cornstarch, and water and sugar. Like, that's all it was. It was just like a little bit of sugar, food coloring, cornstarch, and water, right? And we'd make like 20 or so gallons of this. Sometimes more. We would just fill up milk jugs with it, right? And we took all of this stuff and we put it in the back of her truck. And I guess in the process of us putting it in the back of her truck, one of them fell over. And we went back inside to have a meeting. And we were inside for another hour or so doing our meeting. And we walked outside and there was police everywhere just pulling in. And we're like, oh no. Turns out somebody walked by and just saw blood dripping out of the back of this pickup truck and called the cops. And of course, you know, like we like had the very awkward conversation of, is this your truck? And then Adrian, I think was her name, was just like, yes, it's my truck. It's fake blood, I assure you. And they're like, excuse me, fake blood? She's just like, well, you see, we're St. John ambulance cadets, we're medic cadets, and we have a first aid event tomorrow. And they were like, and we showed them all of these like giant fucking bins of blood that we had. Although one of the most fun things that we ever did as part of that was like 3.8 gallons or something is the amount of blood that we have in our body. And we were just curious. So we took 3.8 gallons of fake blood and just poured it on the concrete to see how much it would be. We cleaned it up afterwards, obviously, but like we just poured it on the concrete to see how much that would be. It's a lot more blood than you think. Like, you know, people, you see somebody injured and they're like bleeding and you're like, oh God, you're going to bleed to death. It's like, well, the amount that you actually need to lose to die of bleeding is a lot. This is a weird subject to be on. Anyway, yes, pickled beets are tasty. I had pickled onions once that were pickled in beet pickling brine. So pickled beets were made, and then after pickled beets were made, they then pickled onions in the same liquid, and it was very good. It was very, very tasty. My king wants 2 more ballista arrows. Y'all make me hungry. I just ate, so I'm just going to sip my coffee. I wish pickling was a thing in DF. We can make like vinegar and pickle stuff. Make oils and vinegars. And hope you brought enough for the whole chat. We need at least 61 tacos. Best hit. Although, actually 60 tacos because I just ate. Yeah, more marinated than pickled. Yeah, they definitely, they weren't that pickled, but they were very tasty. Very, very, very tasty. But yeah, no, I think one of my favorite things to do is spicy pickled eggs. I used to call them hand grenades, but because like they are like fuck you spicy. Yeah, I know that feeling. Like that's like the best feeling in the world, Magno, when you have a little bit of extra money aside and you're like, yeah, I can splurge on groceries this week. And get me like I splurged on groceries last week because of Eggman's absurd generosity. And I got myself I had a steak, but I also bought myself asparagus, which is way too expensive for me to ever logically purchase just as a foodstuff. But my God, if I ever get the opportunity, yeah. Oh man, I will buy and eat all that asparagus. Happy Wednesday to you, Taylor. Happy pre-news day. Tomorrow's news day. You excited for news day? I don't know if anybody actually gets excited for news day, but I get excited because it's fun because I get to see new screenshots. Tomorrow's DF News Day. And every DF News Day, I hope that we're going to read something about there being a release date. And there never is. Actually, what I really want to see is I just want to see screenshots of adventure mode. Screenshots of adventure mode and legends mode. We've seen so much fortress mode stuff. Next time you make a proper splurge for recipe, you'll try to make Cajun style gumbo. Well, if you do that, you should definitely post pictures on Discord because I would love to see that. Just trying to offload all of this clothing. Looks like a lot of it didn't get reclaimed. Some of it did, but a lot of it looks like it didn't, which is really nice to see. Never had gumbo. It's not too hard to make. Not too hard. And then found the button to accept immigrants. That's like me, where it's like I played for 10 hours before I found the tech tree. Mind? I played for hours before I found the tech tree. Were you playing the demo or the full game? There's a tech tree. Yeah, there's a tech tree in Song of Six. It's in the top left. It's one of the clickable buttons. I mean, here, I'll pop up my video and I'll show you because I don't want to start the game up in the background. But just let me jump over to my YubTub channels. Just open up my playthrough. Pause it. Or rather, the tech tree is this button. Right here. This thing. It's a button. You can click it, top left, next to the plus 35, right there. That's a button, and you can click it. And your writers in the library write books, and as they're writing books... But yeah. Also, I like this comment. Oh, hey, it's that DF guy I get recommended every month. Still good. Still doing good, I see. Cool. See you next month. That's YouTube audiences. Oh, it's that DF guy that I get recommended sometimes. Oh, that's funny. Sounds about right, though. That DF guy. Yeah, that me. That DF guy. It's kind of funny. God, this is some crazy ass spring cleaning here. Although it's midsummer cleaning, but... I'll be back. You must run errands. You got to do what you got to do. Before you run off, I made your dwarf into a bard because the only thing that seemed to give you happiness in life was performing. So I made you into a bard, and now you're 16 years old, and you just get really excited when you perform. You get really upset if you do anything else, but when you're performing, you're very excited. So that part's good. It's the only thing that makes your dwarf happy is performing. Literally everything else makes you anxious, upset, or bored, which is kind of funny. So you're a 16-year-old bard in my fort. Which is like, is that like the dwarven equivalent of wanting to grow up to be a Twitch streamer? It's like, I want to be a bard. Well, you're useless to everything to do with society. I love being useless. I love entertaining people. I'm relatively useful to society. I don't know. I'm keeping like 66 people entertained. That's got to count for something. Actually, it's a lot more than that if you count in the people on YouTube. It's like on my stream currently, you know, it's like 60 to 70 people at any given time that are being at least passively somewhat entertained by my stream, I would hope. And then over on the YouTube channel, it's like if I just go to analytics, it's like, oh, also like roughly 70 people an hour-ish. About 4,500 every 48 unique views. That's something. Krell, that's something. It is certainly something. You'd like a cheap but tasty recipe. Do is ground meat, brown the fat out, make one of the cans of dainty rice. Ooh, cans, gross. Put the two together and heat the cheese until the cheese is melted. Incorporate it into the mix. Grab some salsa and sour cream, soft tortillas, and make a burrito. The second you said canned, it's like, but I would eat that. There go those humans. It's a goddamn mosh pit. Although, I think there's still one trade caravan here. Yes, we should get rid of everything else that we can. The other group is leaving shortly, though. But yeah, no, the tech tree in Song of Six is very much like, oh, farming is more efficient, or this thing is more efficient, or this thing is more efficient. Like, they're kind of, you don't need the things in the tech tree, but they make things operate quicker. So it allows you to scale more. And when we're talking on the scale that game operates on, it, you know, even though it's like 2% more output on your farms, it's like, well, when you're outputting like 15,000 food a year, like that's a lot of food. We're making, the whole chat's getting hungry right now. This would be the perfect opportunity for me to have an activation for like Skip the Dishes or Uber Eats, where I give you guys all a coupon and then you guys all go buy shitty food from shitty company. But I don't have that kind of subscriber activation, you know. That would be evil, you know. Also, you know what I learned the other day? So in streaming, you kind of interact with corporate bullshit sometimes, right? And the corporate way of saying, I've heard your complaint, but don't give a shit, is I hear you, right? Well, apparently that's no longer the in thing that they're saying in big corporations now. Now the thing that people are saying is, I'm aligned with that, which disturbs the hell out of me. I don't know why. It's like, I'm aligned with that. Just like, because I hear you became almost a slur. So now they say I'm aligned with that. I hate corporate speak so much. Just like I hate being called an influencer, but you know. C'est la vie. Well, you can do custom personal houses. Here's another thing that game doesn't tell you that you can do from the beginning. The game is very much designed to just put everything in its own small building, right? But you can straight up just put everything in one gigantic stone building. And the game will not penalize or get upset for you for doing that. So you can very easily just put everything in your whole city into one gigantic fucking fortress if you want. Who has influenza and spreads it as an influence? I mean, it's not too far off. It is not too far off, unfortunately. I don't know. And the biggest issue is like, a lot of the things that make streamers the most money are things that just upset me a little bit. Ooh, that's a pretty looking map, Crow. I know you just left, but... Also, I guess different question is, are you enjoying Song of Six, Mind? What do you think of it? Outside of the part where, you know, you've only just found the button to accept new people. You are enjoying it? That's good. I think it ticks a lot of the same boxes for the DF brain. In the long run, you prefer DF? No, totally. I mean, I agree that I prefer DF, but, you know, I like RTS games. And because I like RTS games, I enjoy games that kind of entertain the same parts of my brain as RTS games, you know? I enjoy city builders. So thus I will enjoy a game that's a city builder adjacent. I enjoy Dwarf Fortress, and if I find a game that's kind of like Dwarf Fortress, but not quite Dwarf Fortress, but different enough that it's still interesting, I'll play it. I won't play it as much as Dwarf Fortress because I prefer Dwarf Fortress, but, you know, if there's a game that's trying to do something similar but with enough of its own unique spin, it's an interesting take on that style of game, right? Like, Song of Six has, like, that whole trading overlayer that I haven't even figured out yet, but it exists. You could do it. I'm sure one day I'll fiddle with that UX a little bit and find it. All right. But yeah, no, I could see it fitting quite nicely into the pot with Odd Realm and all those other games. I need to check in with Odd Realm again, because Odd Realm's had a few large patches since I last played Odd Realm. I like that the king mandates me assemble ballista arrows, and I just make the king do it. It's like, well, you want me to make ballista arrows? You can make your own ballista arrows. Go get on it. Enjoy it. It's like the only thing he mandates, to be honest. Frankly, it's kind of nice of him. It was not on GOG. It was on itch.io. And if you bought that massive Black Lives Matter itch.io bundle, you did indeed get Odd Realm. That being said, if you did get it that way, I will say the same thing that I say to anybody who got the game that way, which is if you like it, buy it on a different platform. Or tip them a couple bucks on Steam. Or not on Steam, on itch, because you can do that. It's just because, like, that was, like, a charitable thing, and devs still need to eat food. You know what's something that I really want more platforms to install? It's like a lot of developed... Holy fuck, what just happened to Steam? I just turned on Steam, and this looks different. New and noteworthy. What the fuck is that? All of this looks different. It's got like a different color gradient in the background. This all looks different. The hell? Weird. They changed the font too. Anyway, you'll see a lot of like streamers and influencers talking about how they want like, oh, here's a new platform where you can buy video games and it's a way of tipping the stream. I don't think that should be our focus as influencers and as people who have say in this industry, or even a little bit of pushing power when it comes to sales. I think that the thing that more people like myself should be pushing for is options to tip the developer. Like, there's so many platforms out there right now that are just like, hey, here is another, like, Nexus is the current hotness, right? Like, every streamer has a Nexus now. I mean, even I technically have a Nexus. I just don't really advertise it. But it's like Nexus, Humble Bundle, Voidoo, all of the, like, Key Store, all of those fucking things are just like, here's a way that you can support a streamer while buying a game and taking some out of the store's cut, sometimes a little bit out of the developer's cut. And I look at that and I go, okay, cool. But could we have a storefront that's like that, except it literally just lets you pay more for the video game? Could we just have that? Like, you know? Like, what if Steam just had a tip the developer button? What if they just did that? It's like, maybe it gets you a trading card or something. I don't know. It's just, it's fucking tacky to me that there's no There's so many like epic creator codes, for example. Like there's so many methods to like throw fucking streamers like my dumbass over here an extra 30 cents. It's like, great, yeah, that's awesome, but like, why not just give us a tip button for devs? I don't see it as such a niche thing, though. How's it a niche thing? Explain to me why it's a niche thing. We're constantly talking about how the games industry is flooded and developers are having a hell of a time making money. Why not give the devs a few more tools to make more money? People are too cheap? Well, fuck most people. Fuck most people. At the end of the day, what actually makes people money? The people who throw a lot of money at the thing. Would I be here if I didn't have people like Brander and people like Freskins and people like Mind and people like You Orange who throw money at me? No, I wouldn't. On average, 1,000 to 1,500 unique people tune into my stream, and about 8 to 10 people actually give me money, right? But that's enough for me to live off of. So who gives a fuck if most people are too cheap? If 3 people give the developer a little bit more money every month, isn't that like already an optimal outcome? You know, like I hate the term whales, but it's not entirely inaccurate. Like this is one of the reasons why, like, you know, when Jupiter Hell is on sale, I say go buy Jupiter Hell and leave them a review. I don't say here's my humble link, because I know that if I give you my humble link linked to Jupiter Hell, which I could do, your review doesn't count on their scoreboard, and they get a slightly smaller cut. So, fucking buy the game on Steam, support the devs directly. Don't worry about me. Like I will live without that 10 cents. The review is more important on their Steam page. Thanks, sorry. It's like, it's this between like ambient noise. Or this alternating with ambient noise. So yeah, I don't know. I get fucking frustrated when I read about game developers having a hard time making money, and then I see how much they're charging. Like, Odd Realm is a game that you could easily get 30, 40 hours out of, right? Odd Realm is not the craziest game content-wise out there. But, like, it's fucking $11, right? So if you buy Odd Realm, this game's $11, right? Canadian, so $9.99 US. This is a game that you could get 30, 40 hours out of easy. Maybe 100 plus, depending on how much you enjoy the game and come back after updates. There's a lot of content here in this game. It's a $10 game. The dev gets like $6 for every sale after taxes and everything. Maybe less. That's like nothing. Like, that's fucking nothing. Have I played it on stream? Oh yeah, not for a while, but I have. Why don't they count? So, essentially, a while ago, review bombing became a big problem on Steam, DJ. And so Steam made a change. And this is a change that becomes very obvious when you look at something. I'll use Jupiter Hell's Steam page as an example. As an example, right? So, Steam is heavily based on algorithms, right? Steam is heavily based on algorithms. Yeah, but Hollow Knight actually sold extremely fucking well, so they're doing okay. But yes, again, cheap game. So this is a very small game, right? 273 reviews, right? And Steam's recommendation engine is based on the positivity and the number of reviews. If you get a lot of negative reviews, Steam's recommendation engine will not throw your game into the mix as much, and you'll essentially get buried in the algorithm if your reviews are either A, too infrequent, so you're not frequently getting new reviews, or B, not positive enough. Steam will bury your game. Now, if you scroll down, you'll notice when you look at this, well, first off, there's this fucker. But if you look at this, there's actually 339 reviews. Okay, well, why is that? Why is there actually 396 reviews? But only 273 of them count. It's because game or people who activated the game from a Steam key do not count under the whole review. They do not count for the overall rating and score. So if you review the game on Steam, it doesn't count. If you received a free copy of the game directly through Steam, it also doesn't count towards the overall score. And if you tag your review as a review that was paid for, which you can do, or if you were paid or received a key for the game, you also do not count towards the overall score. The reason for this is to stop developers from just giving out 1,000 free keys to somebody. It's like, that's besides the point. But the problem that was happening is because developers can just print off keys to sell separately through Steam. Like, you can sell keys separately to sever Steam's cut, and Steam lets you do that if you want to sell keys directly through your website. But what some developers were doing is they would just take 1,000 keys and give them to 1,000 users and say, I'll give you this in exchange for a positive review. And so people were jacking up their review scores by giving out keys for their games. So in doing so, Steam went and removed that. So if you redeem a key from either a giveaway or a Humble Bundle or a key reseller, you do not count towards the review score. So, anyway, you have an audiobook on CD. All right. Our annual tributes from the humans have arrived. So yeah, that's my very long roundabout ramble about why Steam keys don't count towards reviews. Which is why, genuinely, unless it's a bigger game, I would actually very much prefer... investments are closed for another 48 minutes. They're every 50 minutes, Xcoding. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Exclamation point tickets to see how many you have. The actual, like, problem starts with people positive reviewing themselves. Review bombing is a different issue. And it's not essentially cancel culture. It actually, sometimes review bombing can be useful, but sometimes it's used for nefarious purposes. There's been times in the past where, like, review bombing can actually be helpful. Depends on what the Council of Men brought us. A lot more than just a bag of dirt. They did bring us a musical instrument, though. Steam doesn't let you gift games. Yeah, no, Steam has also, changed the rules about how you... another rule that they changed shortly after that was they changed it so that you cannot gift games in a different currency from your own. So I used to be able to buy a game on Steam and gift it to Hobo. I can no longer do that because games are cheaper in Canada than they are in the US. So because Hobo is in Canada, in theory, Hobo could be sending me $5 and saving 20 cents or 30 cents en masse for me to gift games to him. Which is something that, I'm just using Hobo as an example because I did actually try to gift Hobo a game once and I couldn't. So yeah, no, that is another problem because what would happen is in Russia, the equivalent cost of a game is less than a third of the amount than it costs over here now. German games are more expensive, or in Europe, most games are more expensive. In Australian dollars, games are way more expensive. So it's to stop people from getting around regional pricing. And also stopping people in Russia from, just gifting out games using bots to get around the more expensive pricing of other regions. I hate the fact that the Canadian dollar is rising. Every time the Canadian dollar goes up, my income goes down because I get paid in US dollars. No, totally, Medica, and it's fucked up. It's fucked up, but it is what it is. But yeah, no. Anyway, so that is a very long-winded answer, but I hope that answered your question, Shibboleth, about why Steam keys do not count. Discuss nerves, pray, discuss, pray, discuss. Sparring. How's Abe doing? Good stuff. Still self-pity, but you're doing better. It's good to see. We've fully swapped out all of our beds, which is good to see. So what do you think of the nonsensical bullshit over here in this stream, Medica? As you said yesterday that you can't wait to see what I stream, which I think you should wait. That's what I stream. It's wild. You know, the one thing about having my brain, Shibboleth, is I am an encyclopedia for dumb fucking random video game facts and video game industry bullshit. Like, you want to know, like, random ass thing that Steam did in 2013? I probably remember and probably could recite it. Ask me anything actually valuable to society? Fuck if I know. But like video game industry shit, yeah, I got you down. I could talk about this stuff all fucking year. That and reasons why you should delete your Facebook account, but that's a different subject. All your facts are belong to me? Well, technically all my facts are belong to me. You're having fun here? This is Dwarf Fortress. The most important thing you need to know about Dwarf Fortress is pretty simple. Dwarf Fortress inspired the world generation for a little game called Infiniminer. A little weirdo on the internet named Notch made a Infiniminer clone called Minecraft, which also took a few ideas from this game. Then later on, Minecraft Battle Royales spawned, and that genre became a thing that existed. And meanwhile, a little company, an indie company, you may have heard of them, called Epic Games, started working on a Minecraft clone called Fortnite, which was supposed to be a big open world game where you build bases and defend during the night against waves of zombies, which eventually became a horde mode game, which was then released as Fortnite Save the World, which then later repurposed itself into a battle royale game similar to the popular Minecraft battle royale mods. And then eventually Fortnite Battle Royale came out and then became the biggest game in the world. So this game created Fortnite, essentially. Also, this game's in an art museum. It's one of the only games in an art museum. It's like this and like EVE Online and a few other things. But yes, Ficod is back. It's good to still have Ficod around. I wonder how old Ficod is these days. His hair is white mixed with gray, so he doesn't have any color in his hair yet anymore. It's all just gray. That's why you hate Epic? It's funny to me that you're just like, Fortnite is why I hate Epic. It's like, my God, of all of the reasons you could pick to hate Epic, that is the silliest one, because everybody clones other games. Literally, all games are clones of other games using mechanics from other games. I mean, yes, everything is, well, I mean, there's an old quote from me, which is everything is just a really complicated Minecraft mod, which is not true at all, but everything is inspired by everything else. Now I need to sell off the rest of that used clothing. Except Tetris? No, Tetris is a roguelike. Come on. It's got permadeath. It's text-based. It's grit, or it's tile-based. It's randomly generated. In fact, you know, you could probably build Tetris in Dwarf Fortress if you tried hard enough. I had Harry Potter and what was the name? The 5th book. The one with the phoenix on it. Fuck. What was it called? I haven't read a Harry Potter in like a 15 years-ish. But anyway, I had that on cassette. The Order of the Phoenix, yeah, that one. I had that on cassette. It was 18 cassettes. 18. And it was the extra long ones that have 78 minutes per side because it double recorded it and it was in mono. 18 cassettes! I had that when I was younger. Good times. I listened to that shit and played Roll Cage all day. It was a good year. Ficod says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. I'm getting old and can't feel my feet. Where am I again? Can you point me towards the old folks' home? And the tavern! Civilization information has been updated. Good stuff. I will take all of your logs. Thank you. And Sparkly says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I have no idea who did the voicing. I have zero recollection of that. $36 cassettes? Well, I had 18, but they were the extra long ones. Also, the Brigador audiobook is 7 hours. And, you know, I just realized I would pay a lot of money to get the Brigador audiobook on cassette. I would pay a lot of money for that. I think I want that more than the soundtrack, actually. Shit. I also need to bug the Caves of Cud writers to make a Caves of Cud book. If they do audiobooks on vinyl? Hold on a second. I have one. This one. Sorcerer's Apprentice. It smells like my grandma's house. Like, legit. Like, I can smell it from, like that far away. Anyway, yeah. Sorcerer's Apprentice. It's an audiobook. It's actually the, I had this on tape when I was younger. It has, like, him saying turn the page and shit in it. It's for kids to follow along with a picture book. But, like, you can tell it's an audiobook just by looking at the grooves. Because it's one big thing. There's no splits for the songs. Because it just starts and it goes. But yes, that's an audiobook. But yeah, there you go. So also, the paper that this thing is in is older than me. I should probably give this a proper sleeve at some point. Not that I ever listened to it, but I should record this and put this on YouTube because the secret channel needs some content. This thing is 1970 something. Would I get a copyright strike on it? I don't know. That's a good question. It does have music by the New York Philharmonic, the New York Philharmonic in it, so that might. I probably would. I wouldn't risk it. It's on Columbia Records. I'll stream it on Discord if anybody wants to hear it though. That I'd do. Back in a sec. And then record it to tapes for road trips? Yeah. No, I mean, that's what a lot of people did. Choose your own adventure audiobook would be interesting. You'd need a track selector for that to work. Very few record players actually had like a digital track selector. Unless it was like, play disc 4 side 2. But then like your actual number of outcomes would be very like limited. And not necessarily for good reasons. For anybody who missed it, today we swapped out all of our beds because the beds had deteriorated to a point where they were not quite about to fall apart, but getting like way too close to that. And in doing so, it unclaimed a large portion of the clothing throughout all the bedrooms. So I'm just like offloading all of this old used dwarven clothing. If segments would get flagged? I mean, it's hard to tell. But basically, if it's on Columbia Records, stay the fuck away from it, and that's on Columbia Records. So I doubt that they know that they still own it, but what's even more fun is like when you're playing stuff that's technically in the public domain. And even then, it still mutes you. I don't know. I don't get mad about that shit. I'll get mad about that shit if I actually get copyright struck, but... CYOA. I don't know what that is. Kept on a dozen double-side records. CYO. What's CYOA? I feel like I should know that. You're not gonna try and defend anything or anybody who doesn't know him personally, but people all have their weird sides. Wait, what? If you got as famous as who? I don't know. I feel like I missed a portion of this conversation, which I need to scroll up and read. Oh, what with Notch? Well, I mean, Notch's name is banned in this channel for a reason. Really, you did choose? So you made choose your own adventure novels on vinyl? Is that a thing that you worked in, or are you saying like when people made those? I'm not telling you that you should. Oh, okay, fair enough, Quiveneer. I was gonna say like what? That seems like a wild industry to work in. I mean, no shit, it's gonna get muted, Orange. But Snoop Dogg doesn't own his own music. His record label owns his music. I mean, that's fair. I mean, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. It's not the fault of his friends. It's his own stupid shit, right? If you do something stupid, you get to pay for that. He did something stupid and he's paying for that. It's his own fucking fault. It's not the fault of anybody who knew him or even him as an actual person, you know? I mean, he's given a lot of money to my friends who stream, but I will condemn the shit that he says as somebody who doesn't know him. It's not even something that needs to be defended or disagreed with or criticized. It's just like you say something fucking stupid and you get to deal with the consequences. He's dealing with the consequences of saying something fucking stupid. And you know, at the end of the day, he's still rich. He's still doing just fine and still saying dumb shit. So, but I will mock. Was I scared to stream when I started? Why would I be scared to stream? Why in the world would I ever be scared to stream? I mean, when I started streaming, nobody watched. Nobody watched me for a year. So, it doesn't matter. I want to say Techmoon did a video about a record that had multiple outcomes. Like, there was multiple potential grooves it could land on, and it had multiple intertwining grooves, almost like a hypnosis spiral. And it could play multiple different endings to the same song. It was a weird thing. But no, when I first started streaming, it was years ago. And it was just a way to talk with friends while I played. What scares me is the effect I have on people. That's what scares me. It's a lot of responsibility. Yeah, I think that's the Techmoon video. Like, it's a Techmoon. Techmoon did a video on like, here. Let's see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure it was a baseball game. It was like it was a board game that had like a record that went with it. Now I'm not seeing it, but Yeah, well, anyway, I can't find it immediately, but Techmoon did a video on it. Wouldn't that just wear it out faster? Records don't really wear out if you take care of them properly. Of course they fucking did. Of course they fucking did, Shilliman. Why would you do that? Of all of the fucking things you could do for Record Store Day. I kind of like Record Store Day, but I also think it's extremely stupid. Man, dwarves are still processing plants. Must be doing well on the cloth stocks. 801 cloth. We're doing pretty good. How you doing down here, Cold Flyer? Satisfied yelling at somebody, satisfied crying on somebody, satisfied crying on somebody, content near a waterfall, satisfied while yelling at somebody. Oh boy. Well, at least you're satisfied about yelling at people. Jesus. But yeah, no, I would pay a lot of money to have the Brigador audiobook on cassette. It would be like 7 or 8 tapes, but probably spend like $70 on that easy. Rough spine, tannish gray. Meanwhile, unicorn leather is iridescent, sleek, and sparkling. That's not quite how it works, but sure. I don't think of the unicorns as being sparkly. Like, Dwarf Fortress, I've always kind of imagined it as more of like a low magic, less of a high like, it's less of a high fantasy and more of a low fantasy world. So, like, I imagine a unicorn is just a normal-ass white colored or like light gray colored horse with a horn, right? Like, they're just a normal ass horse. They're just slightly different. Like, I really like Krug Smash's idea of the way fairies look, where fairies are actually just like a weird, disgusting, large, smart fly, and less of a, like, they're more of like a small vermin and less of a, like, you know, magical creature per se. But, you know, you guys are all entitled to your own headcanons. And that's the beauty of a game without graphics, is your brain is a more powerful graphics engine than any visuals could ever describe. They're like the classical tapestries, big fluffy things, and the giant narwhal horn. I mean, fair enough. Whatever works for you. It's not how I imagine it, though. I like a lot more of the low magic kind of darker fantasy stuff, which is one of the reasons I kind of like Dwarf Fortress's rendition of everything. That's like, it's not quite Tolkien. It's not quite something like Dragon Age. It's definitely not like super fancy stuff. What the fuck are you doing over here, Voozle? Prefer to consume Perry. Perry. I don't know. I don't even know what that is. But why? Please do tell me why you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of raw meat where in your bedroom. You have sheep meat, great horned owl meat, dingo meat, sheep meat, and sheep meat. Yes, there are rhinos in DF. There's also giant rhinos and rhino people. Why are you putting so many snacks for later in your bedroom? Voozle. Damn it. Also, you're the cook, and you're putting raw meat in your... Go make some food. Eh. He's a stress eater, maybe. Yeah, just raw meat. Maybe Dingo ate his baby. I assure you that dwarf's never had a baby. That would be very weird if that dwarf had a baby and I didn't know about it. By the way, to anybody who's new to Longdeath, if you've never witnessed Longdeath before, Longdeath is an attempt to create the longest ever heavily documented fortress. The current record for the longest heavily documented fortress is Arch Crystal, which was 470 years. We are currently on year 215, meaning this fortress is 210 years old. And we are slowly crawling towards Arch Crystal and their wondrous story. Yours rarely lasts past 10. We're on to like 5th generation dwarves at this point. I mean, like, I haven't done a full overview today, but the fortress goes all the way up to the top of this, which is the Beehive Tower. All the way down to this. All the way down to ground level. All the way down to the base of the pit. The catacombs and tombs. The little maze with a minotaur for style points. The underground mushroom farms. Drains. Coins. And of course, caverns. So. Welcome back, Diamond. Slow but steady. I won't be done before the Steam version comes out, though. It is the big hole. Yeah. Longdeath is a really big hole in the floor. He's dry aging his steaks for masterwork quality. I mean, maybe. Look at all those dingo pups and the wolf pups. They're so cute. They are so cute. They'll make such a great soup. Sounds like unicorn bacon? It does kind of sound like unicorn bacon. Not how I imagined it, but prepared wolf lung roast, unicorn tallow roast, cow tallow roast, unicorn tallow roast, strawberry plant roast. Not strawberry roast, strawberry plant. Like the leaves and shit. I mean, it could be an open grave. I mean, hold on. I'm gonna go down a dark Google hole for a second here. Horse bacon. You can make horse bacon. Also, I'm upset. Should I show this image off? Anyway, yes, you can make horse bacon. So if you can make horse bacon, you should be able to make... you should be able to make... unicorn bacon. I mean, it's literally just... That was bacon in the shape of a horse. That's what that was. That was bacon in the shape of a horse. Would it be called unicorn soap? No, it would be called unicorn tallow soap. I mean, I guess you could call it unicorn soap. I mean, I have a bunch of soap. Let's see. Do I have any unicorn soap? Wolverine soap, pig soap, kangaroo soap. Oh, no, it would be called unicorn soap. Yeah. I don't want to go looking for that in the stocks menu. But, yes, it would be called that. Because I can't actually look at what's in the bin. Oh, can I? I thought maybe I can. Kangaroo soap and a bunch of ash. A bunch more kangaroo soap. Pig soap. More kangaroo soap. I mean... Let's make some more soap. See if we can get some kangaroo soap. Wolverine soap? It does, yeah. Wolverine soap for your hairy chest. Brah, manly. Basically. Look at your soap. Now back to me. Now back at your soap. Now back to me. Unfortunately, your soap isn't me. Smells like wet fur. It smells like urine and Wolverine shit. Who doesn't want to wash themselves with wet dog? Glorious. Oh god, I want gremlin soap now. Called Wolverine? Hold on, let's find out. Old Spice. Wolverine. There is Wolf Thorn. I don't see any Wolverine though. There is Wolf Thorn. This is fucking up my Amazon algorithm. Yeah, Wolf Thorn is the only. They also have Bear Glove, Aqua Reef, and Swagger. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Although I don't think it would be possible for me to make gremlin soap because gremlins are sentient. So I can't butcher sentience. So I'd need to mod the game to be able to do that. Put that bear in a glove. It fits like a glove. I read that as Terry True. Terry Chews, as in like CHEW. Chew. I saw that, Horath. Thanks. You can make Sasquatch soap. You'd need to beat up a Sasquatch first. Are there Sasquatches in Dwarf Fortress? What? Hold on a second. Are there Sasquatches in DF? Thought I remembered people butchering them for their bones. I don't know about mermaid. I've never actually seen mermaids in DF. Just like I've never seen a Sasquatch in DF. I've seen a werewolf, but I've never seen a mermaid. I've seen squid people. And various other animal people, but yeah, no, dwarves will not butcher sentient people because it goes against Tarn and Zach Adams' values, I think is a word I'd use. It's just like they've confirmed that they will never add guns or gunpowder because they themselves don't like guns or gunpowder in real life. So, which is fair. You make Forgotten Beast soap if you get Forgotten Beast fat. Yes, I've made Forgotten Beast soap. I actually had a bunch in this fort at one point from the one Forgotten Beast that we killed. Which is skull is right here, which is actually deteriorating. Oh my god. Yeah. Finally crafted Forgotten Beast skull totem. The object is showing somewhere. The game can randomly generate something like a Sasquatch. Really? To the wiki. Sasquatches are large, forceful, and dangerous creatures found in savage temperate forests. Well, that's why I've never seen them. Because I almost never play in temperate forests. let alone savage temperate forests. They cannot be tamed. They're building destroyer level 2, so they're basically a surface troll. And apparently Urus can like Sasquatches for their reclusive nature. Their maximum size of 300,000 centimeters cubed. That's pretty big. Compared to a dwarf, anyway. Also known as Bigfoot by the humans. The Sasquatch has been sought by fervent cryptozoologists, a job title tall ones made up. Despite several generations camping out in the wild, being exposed to the elements of fun, the foolish humans never seem to be able to find one. The dwarves have killed them. The dwarves have killed and eaten, or been eaten by, many Sasquatches over the centuries, proving that not only Sasquatch exist, but that there is a thriving Sasquatch population, enough to make them a valuable food source, and that humans are stupid. A good day for dwarf kind. Contrary to popular belief, Sasquatches do not steal dried meat products from human caravans. Let's go wild. What, try and find a Sasquatch? I mean, it's not that easy, but... As it should be, Frogfryer. Although, that's a pretty good wiki post, but Batman is my favorite DF page wiki post, which has this line at the end. There's a few things that you should know about Batmen, right? Some things you should know when dealing with Batmen. They show preference for working individually and paired up with different bird men or type of things with nightwings. Or type of things with nightwings. There you go. They are most likely to show up, most likely to target the dwarf whose comedian attribute is of the highest level. They are exceptional detectives. Given enough preparation time, they can defeat any foe. Their identities are a secret. If you turn this off, their chasm will flood you, your fortress with nobles instead. They can breathe in space, and if you turn off their identities being a secret, like, you will have a bunch of nobles come and visit. They are vengeance. They are the night. Their parents are dead, and Batmen do not eat nachos. They prefer hot dogs instead. Also, in the legendary Splatterface tournament, it is customary to make, for fans of Ermit shrieking sounds, for the sponsored and popular woman gladiator, you make shrieking sounds. So, yeah, the Batman page is probably my favorite page on the wiki. That or the Cobalt page, because, like, there's a bit about there's a bit in the wiki that is there because of me, which is to do with the formation of Cobalt language. To those of you who support me on Patreon, ! Cobalt for more information. But yeah, no, that's one of my favorite features of the wiki. But a cryptid hunting fortress would be fun. Something I've always wanted to do is I've always wanted to find a strangler, because stranglers are only found in moist tropical broadleaf forests, aka haunted jungles. That's it. And there's a large chance you won't even find them in haunted jungles. I'm slaughtering the parent dingoes until the puppies grow up. But yeah, no, it's very rare to find stranglers. I've never actually found a strangler. In fact, it's more common to find undead stranglers in DF than it is to find an actual strangler. Also, hey, Rainbow Ducky. I've also never seen a gnome. Yeah, stranglers. This is a drawing of a strangler. Strangles are very rare four-armed humanoid creatures that are only found in evil tropical moist broadleaf forests. Evil tropical jungles, basically. Slightly bigger than a dwarf. Some dwarves like stranglers for their resounding hoots, and their graceful leaps, and their toothy maw, and their three eyes. They cute. You had a Mulmarian once? I've seen a few Mulmarians. I had a 9 minutes until those are available again. Xcoding. I had a fortress that had a outpost liaison that was a plump helmet man. He came into the fortress and died after being stepped on by a dwarf. A dwarf bumped into him and he fell apart. And then we went to war with my own faction. I had that happen. It was sad. Sad days. Although the coolest outpost liaison I ever had was a feathered humanoid necromancer experiment. Those aren't up. They're not up for another 8 minutes. Best it. Was a feathered humanoid necromancer experiment. And it basically just like... And we're making soap. There we go. Anybody making soap? There you go. Abe is making soap. Who's quite depressed right now, unfortunately. But what kind of soap are you making? Yak tallow. He's making yak soap. No, we have a king in the fortress. We've had a king in the fortress for like, I don't know, 15 years? It was like 19 or year like 189 or something that we got the king. Yeah, we just inherited a king. We lost the barony, but we have a king in the fort. You had a plump helmet man, necromancer. Wait, what? I would like to see a screenshot of this. Yes, please. Please do share screenshot. I would really very much like to see a plump helmet man, necromancer. This is like a badger, mushroom situation. Because it learned necromancer, but couldn't do it because it couldn't speak. That's incredibly sad, but I love it. My favorites are zombie necromancers. So if you have a necromancer, they still have thoughts, right? But if you kill them and then resurrect them and they become an intelligent undead, then they become a zombie necromancer, which is essentially just a lich. I'm curious to see what we make soap out of. More yak soaps. You didn't realize you had? It scratches the Dwarf Fortress itch, which is kind of neat, but also is like wildly different enough from Dwarf Fortress that I think it kind of has its own legs. Like, that's kind of like this problem that I think a lot of games have, is a lot of games are just like, I'm going to be Dwarf Fortress but accessible, or I'm going to be RimWorld but more like Dwarf Fortress, is like the kind of the two things that I see a lot of game developers making, and there's quite a few games that are like that, right? But the two that really stand out in my mind, or the three that did, were No Moria, Songs of Six, and Odd Realm. No Moria is No More, yeah, and Songs of Six and Odd Realm, I think, really do a decent job of emulating the feeling of Dwarf Fortress without being Dwarf Fortress. Like, there was one person on the comments of the first video that I put up, which was, does this have Z levels? And immediately wrote the game off based off the fact that it doesn't have Z levels. And I think that that's a little bit of a weird issue to have. I think that if a game is you can post any links in the chat, just don't post pornography, please, or your own shit or your own stream. You know, that's basically like my only rules. Just be a good human being and feel free to post whatever, within reason. It all begins with ignorance. But yeah, no, I've seen a few people kind of write Songs of Six off based off the fact that it doesn't have Z levels, which I think is a little bit silly. Time to post your own pornography stream. You'll never post anything in my chat again. I'm sorry. Deletes food porn. I mean, oh wow. Was a plump helmet man. Ilbad coast strength. Was a plump helmet man, necromancer, born in 26 and died 102. What version of the game was that from? Can I ask? Like, do you know? I'm reposting this onto my Discord, by the way. I hope you don't mind. I feel like some people will get a kick out of that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not one of those channels that really worries too much about things that you post, links-wise. Just, you know, use your brains. Villains Unpatched? Interesting. That is cool. Villains Unpatched was the, like, first iteration of Villains was the version of the game where I had the necromancer, the human necromancer queen who would get married 3 to 5 times a year, plot to murder her husbands, and then raise them as a zombie, and they would join her army. And she was literally building an army of her dead harem. And she would always have like she also had a couple dozen like husbands at a time. You had a necromancer born in year 5 with a 1,000+ year old world. Did they learn necromancy in year 5, or did they become a necromancer later? So that's a really old dude. That chick knew her fetish. I mean, she loves the honeymoon phase, clearly, and got real bored real quick after that. I mean, doesn't everybody like the honeymoon phase, though? Although now the dwarves upstairs are playing musical instruments. Look at all of them. Clustering up in the tavern. It's beautiful. I need 2 more ballista arrows and another high boot. But yeah, no, DF can create some amazingly vivid characters if you just go looking for them a little bit. I think the main thing that I'm worried about with Dwarf Fortress is there's a lot of people who read a lot about Dwarf Fortress and think a lot about Dwarf Fortress, and I think Dwarf Fortress, like the one big concern I have about the Steam version, like the biggest concern I have more than anything else, is I am very, 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 very worried that there's a lot of people who just have this completely unrealistic set of expectations for Dwarf Fortress. Like, Dwarf Fortress at its core is very much a make your own fun game, right? And I am very, very worried that a lot of people don't realize that it's a make your own fun game. I'm very worried that a lot of people think that it's just something that they can play, if that makes sense, and it'll do that and create those stories for them, but that's just not the case. It's not really a mod, Koga, but it's more of a DF hack plugin, but sure. I wouldn't call it a mod. It's a plugin for DF hack. Okay, now investments are open for those of you who were trying to do that earlier. But yeah, no, I'm so worried about people with unrealistic expectations. Like, I won't forget this one guy, because I was in Krug Smash's Discord a couple months ago. I was just hanging out in voice chat with Krug Smash and a few other people. And this one guy was basically like just asking for advice on how to play the game. And he was talking about how he was using an install of the game that a friend had given him. He had Lazy Noob Pack set up, and he had the wrong... After some deduction, we figured out that he had the wrong version of Lazy Noob Pack. And he'd said that he could generate worlds and get into a world and play for a little bit, but always ran into trouble. And we were like trying to figure out what was happening. You lost the game? Well, I mean, 2007 has entered the chat room. He just went on about how... he knew a lot about Dwarf Fortress and had figured out a lot about Dwarf Fortress and clearly knew what he was talking about based on like the stuff he was doing. But he was, he'd modded the game so that he could have unlimited embark points, right? And was trying to embark with 10 of every item in case he needed them. Not because like I guess he just didn't realize that like any items are very easy to obtain in DF. Like you can just get items once you're playing the game. But he was embarking with literally one of everything. Literally one of, or two of everything in the entire, just because he was worried that like, oh, what if like I don't have this resource and I want to do this thing? Or what if, we want to do some bees stuff, so I'm embarking with some honeycomb. It's like, well, why would you bring that? What? Also, we're finally starting to run into problems with alcohol poisoning. Hold on. I gotta remove one of my tavern keepers. Just making sure there's no other dwarves bringing him wine. But yeah, no, and like it's this problem that I've seen a few times from some people, and I would consider making a video about this, but I have a feeling like old OG DF players will just yell at me. For the same reason they yelled at me for the Digging Too Deep video that I recently put out, which is like, oh, well, if you are losing the things you don't expect, or if you're over-preparing and you don't know any better, then you're just playing DF with the wrong mindset. But playing DF isn't easy. People need as much information as possible. The problem is people are giving them the wrong information, because the only information people are actually getting about Dwarf Fortress are stories that people tell about Dwarf Fortress, which are awesome. They're great. We should all read more stories about Dwarf Fortress, because stories about Dwarf Fortress are fantastic in a lot of cases. But there is a lot of examples of people that have completely unrealistic expectations out of what they should be getting out of DF. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game where you need to look and read into it and, like, figure things out yourself. And I always tell people, it's like, learning Dwarf Fortress isn't like playing a normal video game. It's like learning a tabletop game where you are the dungeon master and the players, right? You have to read the fucking manual and learn the game and play all of the roles in order to get the maximum enjoyment out of the game. And the more you min-max and the more you try to just play it like a normal game, the less interesting it is. The more you just kind of let the game do its thing and poke it in the right direction, the more fun you'll have. Audio, that sucks. I hope it was a waste of a work day, but not like a bad waste of a work day. But, like, I'm having more fun with Longdeath, just letting, like, literally having dwarven social experiments and just letting the dwarves exist than I do in most combat forts where I'm just, like, killing shit. It's like, I get so much fun out of just watching these dwarves exist and chill. And I have so much fun, like, barely surviving big combat events when I'm just, like, throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks and just, like, barely surviving and watching half my dwarves die. I have way more fun doing that than, like, having the perfectly min-maxed defensive system. Way more fun. Because it's not a game about having a perfectly min-maxed defensive system, and I'm very worried that a lot of people think it is. What are conical water clocks? This is one of those things that you can just pump into a search engine. Go to the Wikipedia page for it. Water clock. It's a container that very slowly drains, and it tells time based on how much water is left. So then you'd swap the two, and then as the next one drains into it, it has like time on it. So it's sort of like an hourglass except for water. So you'd use them to time something. It's very early, yeah, very early alarm clocks, or like very early like ways of telling that a period of time has passed. Yeah, Bronze Age water clocks, basically. So conical water clocks are things that my dwarves have discovered and are well aware of. Dwarf Fortress is a very fun game if you like history, Medica, because like even if you don't play DF, you could just generate a world and just like read the history of your world for hours. Like if you're somebody who just enjoys history, you could do that. Would be an alarm clock when it overflows and drips on you? I mean, maybe, I guess. I don't know. Or a weird torture device. Peter. Hey, Pi, how's things? But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is a great game if you enjoy history because you could just generate a world and read your world's history, and it'll be different every time. You can learn about your little procedurally generated world and its cultures and the people who live there. This game would be hard, do you think? Why do you think that? What makes you think that this game would be hard? If anything, like, in some ways, Dwarf Fortress is easier than modern games. But there are some things to it that are very not standard. But Dwarf Fortress is a game that you don't actually need to play to enjoy, which is the beauty of it. Had a Wii channel to port on your face? That's funky. You made a Sudoku, like you designed the puzzle? That's kind of cool. Yep, I got stung by a honeybee. And it's like winter too, so I don't know how that's happening actually. There's snow everywhere. You'd probably rather fill it with alcohol. I would not want alcohol in my eyes. As somebody who's had alcohol in his eyes before, it's not pleasant. You like to play it, but you don't quite have the attention span to play it for long sessions, but you love watching people play and watching shenanigans unfold with streamers. What, in DF? Yeah, Magna. Well, I mean, like, Dwarf Fortress is, like, it's a weird. Do I have domesticated hives? Yes, but it wouldn't be my hives that are stinging the animals because my hives are all the way up here. Those are my hives. They're on Z level 15. They're higher up than the library. I did that because if you have like a shit ton of beehives, each one with, you know, like 12,000, 20,000, 12,000, etc. bees in them, the amount of bee sting spam that can happen in your livestock is a little much. So I built them high up so I don't have to deal with that. Trying to like keep up the count moving today, and I keep on almost screwing it up. Do they die? Oh, I don't know. Oh, I do not know. Oh, shit. Oh, I've been making mead in this fortress as long as, like, for the last 100 years, my dude. It's running and automated in the background. Like, 80% of my booze is, well, maybe not 80, but, like, maybe 5% of my booze is mead because it's a way smaller production scale than other alcohol, but I always have mead, yeah. I'm sitting here going, like, I think that's what I'm going to ask Tarn next time I talk with him. When bees sting in DF, do they die? I do not know. Room Crash. Longdeath. Top left is the name of the fort. The village of Room Crash. Longdeath. Although I would like to take this moment to remind everybody of the glorious Dwarven swear words in Dwarven that were gifted to us by our friend Vinsati in the chat room. And just would like to remind you all that if you would like to swear in Dwarven, here are some glorious Dwarven profanities for all of your viewing pleasures, okay? Including, I'm in mess, a night creature, an actual option during adventure mode. Tig-shit-chan, a dungsmith for those with poor crafting skill. Generally, other races who are nonetheless prolific, who are nothing less, you know what I'm saying. A bulbin, a pet cloud. I find this font really hard to read. A bulbin, a pet cloud, spoken for those who are followed by an army of cats disrupting dwarven traffic. I'd Ron Mordred, a short beard. Zekrim Alden, a snotface. Tigdeb, a dung eater. They just keep getting better. I think Hill Dweller's pretty good. Dimhead. Dimhead. Yep. Limphammer is also pretty good. Dithbushnil for Limphammer. You Limphammer. You short-bearded Limphammer. I like it. It's good. It's quality. Or maybe you dung-eating limp beard. Nothing wrong with loving an elf. Apparently I have a goose. I don't know where I got that from, but let's eat it. Yeah, river drinking limphammer dungsmith. All right, there you go. You river drinking limp hammered dungsmith. Fall over and drip. Also, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, our youngest dwarf in the fort, who's 2 years old, seems to be doing quite well, quite happy. Feels enjoyment after playing Make-Believe within the last season, was content remembering being near a waterfall. Felt euphoric due to inebriation. Of course, is the daughter of Apostle II and Sparkly 4K. She is 2 years old, born on the 25th of Sandstone in the year 213. Her ears are flattened and her nose is hooked. She has a deeply recessed chin, and her hair is a crew. Her medium-length hair is arranged in double braids, and her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. Of course, she personally values good craftsmanship and values family and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Dreams of mastering a skill. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. Well, she is 2, and she does not... and she is not driven, and she rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She can be very single-minded and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She tends to avoid crowds and can handle stress. She likes a little excitement now and again, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she is very humble. She is bothered by this since she values friendship, and she tends to think before acting, often feels discouraged, and has a greedy streak. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind work being outdoors, at least for a time. Overall, she is focused with satisfied needs. I like how you said DF Dwarf, not Dwarf. It's Dwarf. 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 About a dwarf and an elf who fell in love. Oh, probably. I mean, this particular faction is allied with not one but two elven civilizations. So, in this particular fortress, we're good friends with elves. We trade with them. They brought us unicorns. How else do you think we got a glorious supply of unicorns? It took me like 100 years to get like a breeding pair of unicorns. Okay, so like, seriously? Many elves spent and dwarves traded for a very, very, very long time before I actually got a functioning unicorn breeding pair. So you know what? Damn it. I traded with those elves and they're my damn friends at this point. Also, that's a unicorn leather hood and pig soap. Still hoping for some unicorn soap. Lots of pig soap. Lots of yak soap too. Breeding pair of unicorns. Oh yeah, no, I've got a bunch of unicorns. Right here. See all these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 unicorns. I've had more than that. We actually had almost 100 unicorns at one point. We're butchering some of them right now. But yeah, those are my unicorns. I don't know what that means, Orange, so I will just smile and nod. I'll just smile and nod. But I imagine they finally gave it to you after 100 years as a sign of respect. They brought me, like, I don't know if you remember, Quiveneer, but, like, they brought me one, and then it would die of old age, and then they'd bring me a second one that would have been a breeding pair if they brought the second one, like, 10 years later. I don't know. Probably tastes like horse, I would assume. And as somebody who probably wouldn't eat a horse if it was handed to him, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. You were very happy? I was very happy when we got one. Or unhappy. What, about them dying of old age? Yeah. For those of you who don't know, the entirety of this fortress, which is this format of me just like talking bullshit while playing the game, is up on YouTube in all fucking 90, 2 parts now? Today is the 93rd stream of this fortress. Which means it's probably going to take me about 300 to 400 streams to get this fort done. It's going to take a while. We'll get her done, though. We'll get her done. Unless, like, the dwarves all die of old age, which should be kind of a cool story in and of itself. Like, there is definitely a end to this fortress that ends because they stop breeding, and the game bugs out enough around the edges that I can't get any more dwarves, and then eventually the fortress just ceases to exist, which would kind of suck, but also be kind of awesome in a weird way. On doing with the fort, we're trying to keep it alive for 1,000 years. So a lot of very slow, big mega projects. Very slow. And then on Saturdays, we do one-off fortresses where I settle a fortress, embark with a theme or an idea or a gimmick or something, and try and achieve that theme, idea, or gimmick by the end of the fort. So, just to change things up. But yes, but they only send merchants, which aren't technically part of your fortress. These are dwarves. These are all merchants that I've called from other parts of my faction. Now, the problem with merchants is they're not real dwarves. They're almost real dwarves. They're not allowed to join the military, and they can't take specific jobs. There's a lot of things they can't do. And so, yes, I can summon them, but they don't actually count as citizens. So if your number of citizens hits 0, the fort dies, right? Doesn't matter if you have merchants. Now, here's the issue. Here's the thing you can do with merchants. If you summon merchants and they have a baby, that baby is a member of the fort. So as long as there's one baby in the fort's not dead. But I haven't gotten a migrant to this fortress in about 100 years. It was about 115, 120-ish that we stopped getting migrants. The reason we stopped getting migrants is this screen right here says 6,004 up at the top right, which is the number of dead. When the number of dead hits 3,000, you stop getting migrants. It's a memory bug in the game. There is a way that I could cheat to get rid of it, but that would require me modding the game, which I don't want to do. Does Twitch ever call you on your day off and say you need to get back to work? Why would Twitch give a shit what I do? Like, literally, why would Twitch care? Twitch isn't technically my boss. I have a contract with Twitch that allows me to use their service to make money, but that's it. Coldfire has slipped into depression, speaking of merchants. Coldfire is depressed because he's a merchant, and he can't join the military, and he really wants to practice martial art. Trust me, these are issues that I've been thinking about for the past 2 months. Shibboleth, and doing research on. But long-term big plans for this fortress. Oh no, one of those unnamed merchants died of old age. Olan Bomrek Ifrot passed away in the tavern while eating lunch, it appears to be, actually. On a chair. Poor guy. No, on a table. Fell asleep died on a table of old age. R.I.P. You were a good dwarf. Annual tribute from Bastiges Mac has arrived, because it is the first of spring. First of granite. Early spring, year 216. And Danny UG was found dead! No! No! That was an old dwarf. Oh, that sucks, man. Okay, well that one, fuck the stupid merchant who died, but this one deserves a round of beers. That poor fucking dwarf. You were a good dwarf. You were a good dwarf. I hope I have a coffin for you. Let me go check. Yeah, looks like we need to make a few new coffins from the looks of things. Well, I have coffins. I just need to dig out more space for them. What a poor dwarf. He was a good dwarf. Lived a long time. Served us well. Isn't the worst way to go? Nah. Also, we lost a donkey. But that's fine. Also, there's humans that are bringing us a tribute eventually. Not the donkey, yeah, right? It's just like when somebody's pet chicken died of old age and I felt kind of bad. They brought me a copper morning star. That's kind of cool. But yeah, something I kind of take for granted is I just kind of assume most of the people watching know a little bit about DF. If you are brand new to the game and have questions, feel free to ask shit and I can explain stuff. That poor bloody dwarf. Which means we are now back down to 31 dwarves in the fort. Yeah, no, I think the one real problem with watching this fort for a lot of people is that haven't had any major fights For about 100 years. There was some invasions early on, and, you know, we've had, like, some giants and whatnot show up who are all in my basement now in cages. But outside of that, like, the actual amount of blood shedding in this fortress is kind of minimal, which I personally like because to me, I think it's the least interesting portion of DF. I think, like, the family bullshit that happens in DF is way more interesting than the combat, and I do all of the combat stuff on the weekends, but I know for some people it can be a little bit less minute to minute exciting to watch, but you mean like off the map? There is no way to lower this dead/missing counter. They're not bodies on the map. Like, they're not physical corpses that are everywhere. That's not what that count is. That's just the number of things that have died since you started the fortress. In theory, like, abandoning and re-embarking the fortress or reclaiming the fortress would fix that. But that would go against my initial rules that I set for myself. And there's a way to clear that list with DF hack that would fix it. But that would require me installing the game with DF hack and tampering with my save file, which I would also consider cheating as far as the integrity of this goal is. Because the goal of this is to play the game in vanilla and keep the fort alive for 1,000 years. Basically proving that you can do that without any outside assistance. Because there's a lot of people who insist that fortresses in DF become unplayable after 10 to 15 years due to poor frame rate. And as you can see, in this fortress, we are way beyond 10 years. Frame rate's perfectly fine. Even if I had 200 dwarves in this fort, the frame rate would be perfectly playable. So I'm kind of just trying to prove to people that you can have big fortresses that last for a really long period of time without worrying about your frame rate, if you know how to account for frames.
Didn't realize Prime subs didn't auto resub.
They don't auto resub because they don't want you to use them. But thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for a second month. Welcome back. Jack, gonna get a big round of beers for that second month, meaning the first one wasn't a mistake. It's always a good sign. Welcome back. How do you account for frames? Don't overproduce items and get rid of stuff you don't need. Smash items that you won't use anymore and sell everything you don't need. Get rid of everything. Do not hoard. Do not overproduce and abuse the fuck out of guild halls. Also, speaking of, I think after doing our spring cleaning with all of the clothing, frame rate's significantly better. That's going to speed time back up.
Here's for keeping me entertained while I lurk smile.
Glad I could help. What, for Longdeath, it's been 8 months since I uploaded the first episode, I think? Hold on, I can tell you that real quick. But seriously, Wild Pig, thanks for $2. Chat, can I get a couple more beers for $2? Does anybody else have a bit that's almost hype train? Come on, Gremlin Mare. We're a ways away from that, I think. Aquafuckalistic Booty Web has been taken by Fey Mood. Sorry, what? Fey Mood for Aqua. 7 months ago. Yeah. 7 months ago, and the first episode of Longdeath has 8,000 views on it, which is wild, by the way. I've made $26 in ad revenue from that episode. Last time I checked. It's about 26, I think. All right, so craft store shop, of course. What do you make? On the abused guild halls thing? Guild halls let dwarves train skills and get the thoughts of training skills without actually producing anything. So a craft guild hall can... I have a video about it on my YouTube channel about how to set up guild halls, but a craft guild hall, dwarves who know crafting can give presentations in the craft guild hall and teach other dwarves how to craft without your other dwarves actually having to craft anything. So they get the happy thoughts of crafting without actually having to make things. So if you make a ranger guild hall, rangers can teach classes in ambushing or melee fighting or other things without actually making a military. If you make a metalworking guild, then metalsmiths that are trained can give presentations to other dwarves on how to work with metals without actually having to use metal to create crafts. Because there's a lot of people who think that the only way to keep your dwarves from going nuts is by actually letting them craft. You don't actually need to do that anymore with the most recent update. Currently for me, no. Wild peak. Currently for me, without retiring the fortress and coming back, no. And how does that fix frame rate? Because you're producing less items. A lot of the frame rate problems is from overproduction of items, right? So a lot of the frame rate problems that people run into are when they produce more items than they need, right? And if you're just stockpiling all of those items and just letting them sit in your world, the game's keeping track of all of them, and all of them have individual physics. And when we're talking about dozens of different, if not hundreds of different items, and like in this fortress, I can produce 400 bone crafts in about 3 minutes. And this is not a super automated fortress, right? So if you are producing at scale the number of crafts that the dwarves require to continue to be happy, and not trading them and getting rid of them, your frame rate goes away real fast. Like if I was producing, let's just say 1,000 crafts a year to keep my dwarves happy without having any guild halls, which is what I would need to do to keep my dwarves happy if I didn't have any guild halls, then, well, I'd be making 1,000 things a year, or thousands of things a year, and I only have 30 dwarves. So imagine if I had 200, right? And all of the dwarven pathing is kicking into the frame rate, plus all of the items you're producing, plus all of the clothes you need to make, plus all of the blocks you're making for construction, plus all of the construction jobs you're issuing, plus all of the other things that you're issuing. Yeah, that's what fucks your frame rate. So if you want better frame rate, produce less stuff and trade away the stuff you don't need. And a lot of players don't do that. In fact, I would argue the majority of players don't do that. Also, don't try and cram all the dwarves through the same tiny-ass hallway. I see a lot of people with these super automated, like, very thin hallways, and I see all the dwarves, like, piling through one hallway, and half of them are lying down to crawl over each other. It's like, yeah, that's not great for your frame rate. Give them a little bit of a wider hallway. Not too big, because if you just give them a giant open space, that will actually impact your frame rate. This fortress is not the best for frame rate, design-wise, but it will impact your frame rate if you make a big, wide open space, right? But if you... When you're designing your hallways, set them up in such a way so that dwarves don't need to climb over each other, basically, is what you want. Does that help at all, Gate Nerd? But whenever people tell me, they're like, yeah, listen, like, I do not have any frame rate left after a couple of years. It's just always well, unfortunately, like, you could fix that, but due to your lack of knowledge, I don't think you ever will. And then people just state that as fact, like, oh, Dwarf Fortress is so poorly optimized or whatever that you'll never be able to play it, yada yada, or whatever thing. And then I look at it and I'm just like, well, no, you've just set up your fortress in such a way that it's going to crumble under its own weight. But yeah, no, Wild Pig, they do need to get on making babies. But unfortunately, they're not. I think part of that is because they don't interbreed. Like, there's no incest in DF. So I need multiple family trees, and I'm doing my best to keep the family trees spread, but there's only so much I can do there. There's only so much I can do there. Donkey, horse, wren, a cow moose, yak cow, bull, badger. Nothing. I will take the plums, though. And the apricots. Of course the king's still there. The king doesn't just leave. King really wants me to make a ballista arrow too, so I'm just going to speed that process up by going down here and making a ballista arrow. I don't know. These are answers I do not have. And because so few people play fortresses this long, getting the answers to those questions, Gate Nerd, are actually very, very difficult. It's actually very difficult to answer that question because I do not know. Speaking of the king, though, did you ever get married, Kingy? Nope, you just have a lover. Get married, you shit. We're following this little child who's got iron ore and now it looks like iron bars? Lead bars. Isn't Taurus married? I don't think so. Nope. Nope, they're just lovers. Taurus does not have any other significant other. Just a lover. Which is part of the reason why this fortress is really interesting. Okay, nerd. I also found the bug where children will worship multiple gods multiple times if their parents both worship the same god because they inherit the gods that their parents worshipped. So I have kids that worship the same god like 8 times. Like this dwarf, even. Let's just check. Is a worshiper of... She's a casual worshiper of Shinras and Amber the Red Rocks, an ardent worshiper of the fuchsia, a worshiper of the fuchsia, and a worshiper of Shinras and Amber the Red Rocks. So she worships 2 gods twice, which is a bug. That shouldn't be the case. She should worship one god or both gods once ardently. I don't want... Well, I mean, I'm kind of doing that, Quevinair, by putting them in the tavern once a year, but I can only do that for so long. Yeah, you're still dragging stuff. I mean, you got little legs, okay? Like, actually hauling these boulders takes a while. It's even better than, like... This isn't as good as that one, like, child dwarf from a number of years ago who I can't remember the name of, who literally ran across the entire fortress from end to end multiple times, and it took, like... maybe an hour real time for her to get all of the stuff. I'm hoping it's dedicated to somebody cool. 3, I think? 3, yeah. She was born yesterday. 3 years in, this child goes. I wonder, here's the thing about Kade, right? Kade actually came from somebody in YouTube comments who was just like, hey, can I get a dwarf? It was in like the mid 80s, the episode. And so I gave them a dwarf. I don't know if they know that they're the king of my faction. Were you born yesterday? Yes. One of my favorite lines in Dwarf Fortress is, he was born today, which makes him very young indeed. Or she was born today, which makes her very young indeed. But, let's see exactly what you grabbed. Laminite, nice blocks, lead bars, laminite, stray cow bone. That's like a whole cow worth of bones, by the way. Praise opals, rough purple spinels, almond wood, larch logs, fungi wood logs. That's going to be a long one. I don't ever use them. You don't need them. Just lay out your buildings in such a way that you don't need them. In fact, I would argue that path priorities hurt frame rate. Path priorities are great for keeping dwarves from falling into rivers, though. It's literally a bird chirping sound because we're in an outdoor fort. And I listen to noise in the background for that sort of stuff because I like it. Sorry, I need a stretch. Ow. Can a dwarven child get a fell mood? Sure, but they'd need to be upset. I don't know if it's possible for them to fail it. I don't know if it's possible for somebody to fail a fell mood. I think once they get to them, they just kill them. Like, it's kind of like just a walk up behind them and snap at the neck thing. Of course, it's a fucking bracelet. Aquafunkalistic booty whap, the Rashlock, the dwarven child, has created Hodor Burr, a fungi wood bracelet, and she claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Uthris. Worked ticked. Yeah, it's like just an insta-gib. There is no opportunity for the defender to actually defend themselves for fell moods. A fungi wood bracelet. Dawned Earth. That's a good name. This is a fungi wood bracelet. All craft earthship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval lemonite cabochons and cushioned nice cabochons, and decorated with fungi wood and encircled with bands of larch and cow bone. This object menaces with spikes of purple spinel. My eyes are not doing a very good job today. On the item is an image of peach trees in almond wood. On the item is an image of dwarves in praise opal. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time and by the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. On the item is an image of an iwi in lead. The sheep is in the fetal position. The artwork relates to the slaughter of the sheep in Longdeath in the late summer of 160. On the item is an image of Ezim Howl Diamonds, the dwarf in Lamanite. I don't know who Howl Diamonds is, but I wonder why that made it in there. Do you know an Ezim Howl Diamonds? I don't think so. But you do have an ant from outside of the fortress, named Mezbuth Moth Dulstar. Interesting. Well, you did, like, suddenly manage to make your username have a different capitalization, which threw me off for a second there. Fungi wood bracelet. There we go. Hodor Boar. Of course, it's another one dedicated to Uthris work ticked. Wonder how far back Uthris is in your history. Let's find out.
"7 months till 4 years."
7 months till 4 years, eh? I'm fucking old, dude. How you been? You holding up? 41 months. It's a lot of months, man. Thanks, man. Trying to earn some bits? Oh, jeez. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But I appreciate the thought, though. Draining our artifacts give a bad mood for the dwarf who made it? Nope. Demolishing them does. Throwing them into a volcano certainly does. Someone stealing them is even worse. Although, if you throw them into a volcano, it doesn't actually destroy the item. It simply puts it to the bottom. Oh, is the diplomat of our civ? Ah, right. No, it's just I wouldn't know the last name because the last name was in Dwarfy. Make sense. What? Oh, no, you're punching a buzzard. Okay, that's fine. I was like, did someone go into prison? Nope, there's a buzzard flapping around in my tavern. Also, I've got corpses that still need to be dealt with. Looks like the dwarves are currently killing that buzzard. Okay, Buzzard is now dead. Now let's finish burying these corpses. Drive you nuts? Now you know how I feel. Because, like, can't drive, right? And so I've basically been confined to, like, an 8x8 block radius for the past year and a half. Now it feels like. No. Your dwarf is not still alive. Can't remember what your dwarf's demise was. I want to say it was old age. But yeah, no. Is he holding it by the by the buzzard's tongue? The king attacks the buzzard, but she jumps away. The king grabs the buzzard by the lower body with his left upper arm. So it's probably gripping it. The king punches the buzzard in the upper body with his left hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the left lung. The buzzard's left wing skids along the ground and the part splits into gore. The buzzard gives into pain. The buzzard's left wing skids along the ground, shattering the bone. The buzzard's upper body skids along the ground, bruising the muscle and bruising the liver. The buzzard's right upper leg skids along the ground, bruising the bone. And it slams into an obstacle, regains consciousness, gives into the pain, regains consciousness, gives into the pain, regains consciousness, and gives into the pain. Just to go to the convenience store? Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I never take the Uber. I never take Uber anywhere. We've had Uber here for almost 2 years now, and I've literally never used it. It's a very useless service. I don't understand why it's so popular. Stupidly fucking expensive too. What are you fighting with, cannon fodder? Oh, a buzzard. Well. Kill that buzzard too. The miner grabs the buzzard by the left lower leg with her left lower arm. The miner punches the buzzard in the head with her right hand, and the injured part, it collapses into a lump of gore. An artery has been opened by the attack. You don't say. You don't say. I have this weird feeling Uber's not going to go bankrupt anytime soon. I have this weird feeling you will be taking an Uber drone as a personal delivery drone in a couple of years. Danny, you get an engraving. You were a good dwarf. There we go. You know, I'm not even going to comment on that, Magna, because you and me have talked about your opinions on Canadian healthcare a couple of times, and whenever you talk about it, it just makes me want to punch you in the side of the head, so I don't think we should discuss that. Yeah, I don't think they're going to go away. I don't think they're going away, unfortunately, Orange. And besides, even if they do go away, somebody else will take their place instantly. Masterfully designed image of Danny, the dwarf, and dwarves by Sparkly 4K. Danny is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Danny to the position of mayor of the eternal adventure of time in the early spring of 190. You were a good dwarf. The $100 is to keep you from calling an ambulance for no fucking reason. If you need an ambulance, you need a fucking ambulance. Fucking call a fucking ambulance. Don't take a fucking Uber like a fucking moron. Anyway, sorry. Fucking stupid people. The bill was very small. I mean, yeah, $100 for ambulances to keep you from fucking calling the ambulance all the time. In fact, they reimburse you if it's actually a serious problem. Like here, for something small, they'll charge you $100 for an ambulance, yes. But also, if it's a major life-threatening injury, they won't charge you anything. You think, mind? What about Tinder, Orange? I mean, when I was dying last year, Frog for Hire, and I called an ambulance, it was a 15-minute ride in the ambulance to the hospital, and I posted on Discord about it a couple hours after, and someone commented that ambulance in Florida, the same distance would have cost you, or would have cost me around $6,000. Around $6,000. All right, assuming I didn't have insurance. Then it would have been about $4,000. The second one was physically abusive. At this point, I'd take an emotionally abusive girlfriend over no girlfriend. Orange. I'm partially joking about that, but I did 8 years of that. Doesn't seem so bad these days. It's just fucking hilarious and amusingly pitiful when I see people complaining about anything to do with the Canadian healthcare system. It's like, holy shit, you have no idea what you think you're complaining about. All right, where'd that buzzard go? I want that buzzard dead. I mean, sometimes it's good to vent about exes. It's part of healing, Orange. Get off the goddamn map, you stupid buzzard. Gross, Orange. Well, that's unfortunate, Magna. But I think my opinion has been made. Right? You've complained about Canadian healthcare a couple of times on my Discord, so there's past dislike there, right? So I know your opinions and I know your takes, right? But if you didn't have the privilege of living in Canada, you wouldn't have a $100 bill to pay. You would be bankrupt 15 times over. You can afford a $100 bill. You can't afford bankruptcy. The only reason my stream still exists is because I live in Canada. And if you're trying to be humorous, it's not working. Fucking call an ambulance and deal with the bill. And if you can't pay the bill, call them and default on it and take the credit hit. I talked to my friend. I'm feeling so fond. I've never been on welfare, so I don't know. I would assume it would. There's got to be a way to default on that bill, though. Because I defaulted on my bill, and I could certainly have paid it. Necromancers are more expensive than hospital bills? Yeah, well, Disney hasn't figured that one out yet. Depends on the province and the city, Orange, but I don't know specifically. What time of year are we into? Late spring, 216? I mean, it's fine, Magna. Just realize the gravity of what you're mocking, I guess, you know? Like, I literally thank my lucky fucking stars every fucking day that I live in this country. If I didn't live in this country, I would just be screwed. Period. I'll be swapping off of DF pretty soon, Quavenir. Just a heads up. I'm going to play some Songs of Six tonight. But yeah, no, it's very much a just realize the gravity of the thing that you're bitching about. Just realize what you're complaining about and realize how fucking stupidly lucky anybody with health issues is to be in Canada and how good we have it. Because if we weren't here, we'd be fucked. I wouldn't be able to do this job if I lived in the States, and I've talked about this many times. You don't act like it, if you're aware. You certainly don't act like it. I mean, sure, go ahead, why not? Although, keep in mind, I don't really have a context of living in another country, but... well, you should test it out if there's an actual emergency. Just don't be like someone I know's dad who didn't call an ambulance when he was having a heart attack and died in his house because he was too scared to call the ambulance, to admit that something was wrong. Which happens way too often. I've heard that from a few people, mind. Did I learn French in school? Nope. I also didn't go to school, so I'm probably not the best person to ask about that. I learned German. But no, I didn't learn any French. I was homeschooled, though, so I'm not the best example. Also, I'm from British Columbia, which is that funky part of the world where it would make more logical sense for me to learn Chinese or Spanish, because China and Mexico are both closer than Quebec. So, you need to realize how big Canada is. He thinks it's $300 for it? That's not true. That is not true. Like I said, I didn't pay my ambulance fee when I took an ambulance. It's $100 here. And it's literally $100 to keep you from calling it for, oh no, my neck hurts or something, right? And a lot of people do that. They just call the fucking ambulance for dumb fucking reasons, which is why they have that fine there. Or that fee there, not fine. So if you're actually in trouble, you call the fucking ambulance. I don't even know. This is like the most basic bitch children discussion. Why are we having this fucking discussion? If you're in trouble, you call a fucking ambulance. Don't be a moron. Jesus fucking Christ. Doesn't matter what country you're in or how much it costs you. Don't fucking die for a stupid fucking bill. It's not worth it. Straight up. It's not fucking worth it. Call a fucking ambulance. I've lost enough friends. Or fucking Anchor, your choice. There you go. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I was homeschooled, right? So I don't fucking know. From what I can tell, French is a optional course around here. From my friends who did go to school. So like, you take French optional. Like you could take French immersion, but you don't need to. It's technically supposed to be our second language, but like at this point, I'm pretty sure that Canada has a higher population of Chinese-speaking individuals. So, like, really? I don't know. That's the best answer I can give you. That's silly, Orange. But then again, Quebec would very much like it if they could just stop being part of Canada and completely fuck the country's economy forever. But because they think because they speak a different language, they're better than the rest of us. It seems like anyway. What are you carrying? Mm-hmm. It's spooky. Dislike. Well, I'll say this. Half of all of our cereal boxes are in French, so I've picked up a lot of various branding names over the years. Think about it this way. If your life is worth less than the cost of a bill for healthcare, then you should value yourself more. I tend to agree with that, but I will say this. Countries that charge you bankruptcy level amounts for healthcare should put the people in charge of those businesses in prison because that's a fucking crime. That being said, that's enough DF for the day. We covered almost 3 years. Like, that was a pretty good amount of time for Longdeath. I think that throwing out all of that clothing sped the frame rate up a bit because that was more time than I normally pass. That normally passes in the same amount of time that I normally play. So that's pretty cool. But we're not done with the stream. We are just switching games. I'm going to put a little line down in the sand here so that I know where to cut the VOD. No, well, it was actually 3 years and 5 hours because the first hour and a half I was mostly just talking before actually playing. 3 years and 5 hours, which is pretty good for DF. Well, for that fortress. Because there is natural frame rate slowdown that happens over time. So, like, by 200 years in, it's almost impossible to get above 40 frames. And since the game natively runs at 60, like, that's like almost a 30% decrease in speed for the game. So, not quite 7 hours because I don't do what a lot of streamers do, which is start playing games right away. I hang around and I chat and I listen to music for an hour and a half or so before I actually start playing the game. But we're switching games now. We're going to jump into Song of Six, which scratches the DF itch, but being different enough